Come to order. Without objection, the chair is authorized to declare a recess of the committee at any time. Pursuant to notice, I now call up S. 1941, the Metropolitan Areas Protection and Standardization Act. The clerk will report the bill, which was distributed in advance.
S. 1941, the Metropolitan Areas Protection and Standardization Act.
Without objection, the bill is considered read and open to amendment at any point. I now recognize myself in support of S. 1941, the Metropolitan Areas Protection and Standardization Act, or the MAPS Act. This bill is led by our counterparts on the Homeland Security and Governmental Affairs Committee, Chairman Gary Peters and Ranking Member Rob Portman, who were successful in passing it through the Senate by unanimous consent last May. This important bipartisan legislation focuses on a little-known process at the Office of Management and Budget that may seem arcane at first glance, but which has profound implications for the way the federal government serves the people of this nation. OMB maintains a set of standards to ensure consistency across the federal government and how agencies classify statistics by geographic area. These standards determine whether a county is considered metropolitan based on its proximity to an urban core. Although these standards are supposed to be used solely for statistical purposes, they are frequently used by federal agencies to distribute funding, benefits, and programs. Every 10 years, OMB considers recommendations from an interagency technical advisory committee, as well as public input to ensure the continued relevance of the standards. The recommendations for the 2020 standards initially included a proposal that for a county to qualify as metropolitan, it must be near an urban core with a population of 100,000, doubling the current threshold of 50,000. Because this threshold hasn't been changed since it first came into use in 1949, the proposed change would have converted 142 metropolitan statistical areas from the metropolitan designation to the non-metropolitan designation. According to the Brookings Institute, this would have impacted 19 million people and increased the share of America's population residing in non-metric counties from 14% to around 20%. There is currently no inventory of all federal programs that rely on this standard to distribute services, benefits, and funding, and no process for ensuring that agencies are equipped to review the impacts of potential changes on such programs. As a result, what should be a purely statistical standards act actually has unknown and potentially profound ramifications for the federal program administration, warranting further review. While the Standards Review Committee and OMB ultimately chose not to recommend or include this change in the final 22 standards, examination of the recommendation made clear that Congress must ensure that these statistical standards can be updated without the risk of unintended consequences cascading across the federal programs and policies built around them. To accomplish this, the MAPS Act would clarify that changes to the standards would not propagate automatically for any non-statistical use by a domestic assistance program. Changes for non-statistical uses could only take effect if the relevant agency determines that they support the purposes of the program and are in the public interest, and if such changes are affirmatively adopted through notice and comment rulemaking. The bill would also create an inventory of the current uses and impacts of the standards in distributing federal services, benefits, and funding, creating transparency for both policymakers and the public. In short, the MAPS Act puts in place the safeguards needed to ensure that the federal government's bedrock of statistical standards can be updated purely based on scientific criteria without the influence of non-statistical considerations. At the same time, it ensures that federal policies and programs continue to operate as intended and are updated with careful consideration of their unique goals and impacts. I urge my colleagues to support this responsible good government bill, and I yield back the balance of my time. Would any other member like to be recognized for this bill, or does any other members seek recognition, and we'll start with the Republicans and with the distinguished ranking member, Mr. Comer.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The MAPS Act is a technical but important bill. It provides transparency into the Office of Management and Budget's work in the area of statistical standards. Maintaining government-wide statistical standards seems mundane, but it has real-world consequences. We saw this last year when OMB tried to make updates in the definition of the core-based statistical area, or CBSA. Out of 734 total public comments, 712 comments opposed the change. As a result, OMB delayed its proposed recommendation. The MAPS Act will help provide transparency if OMB tries to revise the standards in the future. This bill will provide better visibility into how these statistical standards are used in federal domestic assistance programs to determine funding eligibility. Municipalities and other organizations should not feel caught off guard by standards changes in the future. I'm happy to see the support for this bill by the U.S. Conference of Mayors, the National Rural Health Association, and the National Association of Counties. So I support this legislation and encourage my colleagues to do the same. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. Who else seeks recognition? The question now occurs on the amendment in the nature of a substitute. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the amendment in the nature of a substitute is agreed to. The question now occurs on favorably reporting S. 1941. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. S. 1941 shall be favorably reported to the House without objection. A motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Staff is authorized to make technical and conforming changes to the matters considered by the committee in this markup. Pursuant to notice, I now call up S. 3510, the Disaster Resiliency Planning Act. The clerk will report the bill, which was distributed in advance.
S. 3510, Disaster Resilience Planning Act.
Without objection, the bill is considered read and open to amendment at any point. I now recognize myself in support of S. 3510, the Disaster Resiliency Planning Act. S. 3510 was introduced by my colleague and counterpart in the Senate, Chairman Gary Peters, along with Senator Rick Scott, and passed by the Senate by unanimous consent in June. Our colleague, Representative Troy Carter, is leading companion legislation in the House, which is also bipartisan. This common-sense bipartisan bill takes action to implement an important recommendation made by the Government Accounting Office a year ago. In 2021, GAO issued a report on the efforts of federal agencies to be responsible stewards of taxpayers' dollars by mitigating the impact of natural disasters on federal property and assets like buildings, roads, bridges, and levees. In the 5 years leading up to the report, billions of taxpayer dollars were spent repairing the damage done to federal assets by natural disasters, and current trends demonstrate that the frequency and severity of natural disasters is increasing as a result of climate change, which we heard in our hearing recently. 2011 and 2017 previously held the record for the most natural disasters, costing $1 billion or more in damage, clocking in at 16 events each. However, 2020 had a whopping 22 natural disasters, and unfortunately, these trends are only expected to get worse. As the largest real property owner in the United States, the federal government's fiscal exposure to natural disasters is deeply concerning, and the federal government lacks a comprehensive strategic approach to resilience, which is key to address this risk and protecting taxpayer dollars. Fortunately, agencies have made good progress in creating action plans that chronicle extreme weather vulnerabilities and steps that can be taken to address them. GAO's report recommended the crucial next steps that agencies should be directed to incorporate these assessments into their asset management investment decisions. That recommendation remains open today, but this bipartisan bill will ensure that it finally gets done. Within 180 days, OMB would be required to establish guidance for the incorporation of natural disaster resilience into the real property asset management and investment decisions of federal agencies. As recommended by GAO, agencies would be required to incorporate their natural disaster risk information assessment into such decisions. This common sense, good government bill has been informed by years of GAO analysis and will protect taxpayer dollars by prioritizing cost-effective resilience strategies. We must implement this action plans before the next superstorm or wildfire deals yet another blow to our federal assets. I urge my colleagues to support this bill and yield back the balance of my time. And what other member seeks? Mr. Comer, the distinguished ranking member, is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I support S 3510, the Disaster Resiliency Planning Act. Natural disasters such as hurricanes, tornadoes, floods, and wildfires can expose federal real property assets to substantial and costly damage. In fact, the GAO has found that over the past 5 years, Congress has spent billions of dollars to help federal agencies repair assets damaged by natural disasters. Clearly, federal agencies should make their real property more resilient to recurring natural disasters. Under this bill, OMB must put out guidance requiring federal agencies to incorporate natural disaster resilience planning into their real property asset management and investment decisions. This will help save taxpayer dollars and ensure federal agencies are acting in a fiscally responsible manner. The bill has been endorsed by the U.S. Chamber of Commerce and the Build Strong Coalition, along with a number of other groups. I urge my colleagues to support this bill, and I yield back.
The distinguished subcommittee chair, Mr. Conley, is now recognized.
I thank the chairwoman. I join with the chair and the ranking member in supporting this bill and the previous bill. But I do want to observe that we must, as a committee, and the House as the House, insist on reciprocity. We are considering S bills, and that's proper. But we also need to ensure that HR bills are being considered by our counterpart committee and by the Senate. Right now, for example, a bill passed by the House 5 times. In fact, it was the first bill passed in this Congress. It's bipartisan. Mr. Comer is the original co-sponsor of FedRAMP. And yet, that bill, which has never passed the Senate, has been held hostage to the Senate version of FSMA reauthorization. And meanwhile, there are HR bills on the docket in our counterpart committee that await action, presumably and hopefully as HRs. So I want to make that note, Madam Chairwoman, that I think we've been very generous as a committee and very supportive, correctly so. But there has to be reciprocity. And a bill as important as FedRAMP that has had overwhelming bipartisan support here in the House, on this committee and on the floor 5 times, needs to be released and passed in the Senate as a House bill. So I just want to make that note, Madam Chairwoman, as we proceed in this markup. I did have a conversation before coming to this markup with Senator Peters, your counterpart, the chair of our counterpart committee, and was reassured that there would be a redoubled effort on their part to move our House legislation and to try to work on both FSMA and FedRAMP. And I will be having conversations, obviously, with you and with Ranking Member Comer about that. But I do think it's really important that we take cognizance of the fact there are 2 committees, 2 bodies, and there has to be a spirit of reciprocity as we try to move our respective pieces of legislation. Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. I yield back.
Who else seeks recognition? The question now occurs on favorably reporting S3510. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the bill is agreed to. S 3510 shall be favorably reported to the House. Without objection, a motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Staff is authorized to make technical and conforming changes to the matters considered by the committee in this markup. Pursuant to notice, I now call up H.R. 8665, the National Archives Records Administration Modernization Act. The clerk will report the bill, which has been distributed in advance.
H.R. 8665 to amend Title 44 United States Code to remove pronouns from such title that reference the archivist and for other purposes.
Without objection, the bill is considered read and open to amendment at any point. The chair recognizes herself to offer an amendment in the nature of a substitute, copies of which have been distributed electronically to all members in advance. The clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 8665, offered by Ms. Maloney of New York.
Without objection, the amendment is considered read and will serve as base text for purposes of amendment. I now recognize the sponsor of the bill. He unfortunately is not here, so I now recognize myself in support of H.R. A665, the National Archives and Records Administration NARA Modernization Act. The NARA Modernization Act is a bipartisan bill that would make a small yet important update to U.S. Code by removing references to the pronoun he when referring to the archivists and other officials. Our committee's consideration of this bill is particularly timely. Tomorrow, the Senate Committee on Homeland Security and Government Affairs will consider the nomination of Dr. Colleen Shogan to be the 11th archivist of the United States. If confirmed, Dr. Shogan will be the first woman to serve in this critical role charged with preserving our nation's history. Dr. Shogan is the Senior Vice President and Director of the David Rubenstein Center for White House History and the White House Historical Association, and she worked for over a decade at the Library of Congress, serving as the Assistant Deputy Librarian for Collections and Services, the Deputy Director of the Congressional Research Service, and the Deputy Director of National and International Outreach. Dr. Shogan has a PhD in American politics from Yale University. She is eminently qualified for the role and will be leading the agency in a challenging time. As the nation's record keeper, it is critical that NARA have a qualified and capable leader at its helm. It is just as important that we remove references to pronouns in the law that wrongly assume that only a man can hold this important role. I strongly support this bill, and I yield back. And Mr. Khanna is now here, and you are now recognized, the sponsor of the bill. We can't hear you. You're muted.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Thank you very much. I'm very appreciative, Chair Maloney, to you and for your leadership for this incredibly important bill. I also want to thank our fellow committee members, co-leads, representatives, Yvette Harrell, Byron Donalds, and Katie Porter, truly bipartisan. This bipartisan National Archives and Records Administration Modernization Act will update the U.S. Code in Title 44 by simply substituting text that refers to the archivist as a man with all-encompassing language to include women. To date, there have been 3 acting archivists who have been women, all serving in an interim capacity. But this week, the Senate Committee on Homeland Security and Government Affairs is holding a hearing to consider the nomination of Dr. Colleen Shogan, who would be the first woman to serve as the official national archivist, and a brilliant background, as you mentioned, Yale PhD. I mean, one of the really leading scholars in our nation. While the text as written does not preclude a woman from serving as the archivist, these substitutions would increase consistency throughout Title 44 and are long overdue. It is only fitting that the National Archivist is described accurately in our country's own governing documents, and the bill is a simple but important step towards updating our federal code. I strongly encourage my fellow members of Congress to support this bipartisan legislation. Again, want to thank both the House Majority Committee staff and the Minority Committee staff, both the Democrats and the Republicans on this committee, for recognizing that this is about basic equality of opportunity. Thank you, Madam Chair, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. Who else seeks recognition on the Republican side? No one seeks, so...
Madam Chair,
Where? Mr. Clyde, you're now recognized.
thank you. I do not see the point of this bill. I mean, here we are worried about pronouns. I think the bill is entirely unnecessary and a complete waste of time. We should be talking about things like, what the Biden administration is doing. This is an oversight committee. So, I mean, we should be dealing with things like, why in the world do we have inflation so high? Or we have a border crisis. Why aren't we dealing with things like this? But yet we are having a NARA Modernization Act that is a bill that is unnecessary and an entire waste of time because we're worried about pronouns, him or her or the archivist. I strongly encourage the people on this committee to vote against this bill. Thank you. Now yield back.
Ms. Harrell, you are
Do
now
I-
recognized. Ms. Harrell?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for holding this markup today. I speak in support of H.R. 8665, the National Archives and Records Administration Modernization Act, offered by Mr. Khanna and myself. This bipartisan legislation would amend Title 44 of the U.S. Code to make it consistent when referring to the Archivist of the United States. To date, there have been 3 female archivists, yet there are several instances where Title 44 still refers to the archivist as a man. Although the code as written does not preclude a woman from serving as the archivist, these changes would update the old language in Title 44 and modernize our federal code to make it more uniform across the board. Working across the aisle on common sense bipartisan legislation like this and setting our political differences aside is vitally important and can lead to compromises on larger legislative initiatives in the future. Congress has a unique role and responsibility to govern for all Americans, not just for one political party or for special interests. I urge my colleagues to support this bipartisan legislation, and I look forward to continuing this work with my colleagues here on the Oversight Committee. And with that, Madam Chair, I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentlelady yields back. Who else seeks recognition?
Madam Chair. Mr. Donalds, how you doing?
Mr. Donaldson, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, this is a good bill, and you should support it. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. Mr. Conley is now recognized.
I thank the chair. Just real briefly, I associate myself with the remarks of a gentlelady at the end of the aisle. Languages matter. Words matter. They have consequences, especially when written into law. And as the gentlelady points out, the law is still archaic. It only refers to one gender. And when the law does that, it is on its face discriminatory. On its face, it says to half of humanity, well, probably not you. Or if you, it's at our sufferance. And so I don't think this is a trivial or consequential or waste of time piece of legislation at all. I think it's an empowering piece of legislation. And I am delighted to lend my support to it as it's shepherded, I hope, to the floor by the first woman to chair this committee, Carolyn Maloney. Thank you, and I yield back. I would yield to Mr. Khanna, Madam Chairwoman.
The gentleman yields back. Who else seeks recognition? Mr. Khanna, you have your hand up.
I'm yielding to Mr. Khanna, Madam Chairwoman.
Okay, Mr. Khanna yielded to
Thank
Mr.
you.
Khanna.
Thank you, and thank you, Representative Connolly, for that very thoughtful point about language mattering. And I do think having Chair Maloney lead this is wholly appropriate. And I just want to thank again Representative Harrell and my Republican colleagues on this. Look, believing that women should have equal opportunity is not a democratic idea. The Republicans always used to like to brag. I mean, they brag about conservative leaders in Britain, with Liz Truss being the new prime minister, and Margaret Thatcher. So I don't understand why any Republican would oppose this. I mean, they're proud of people like Condoleezza Rice and others who've broken glass ceilings. It happens in both parties. And all this is saying is this is a society that recognizes the achievements of both men and women, and there should be no bar to the highest offices in this country. So I'm appreciative that this is not politicized and that we have many Republicans and Democrats supporting it.
The gentleman yields back, and I just want to be recognized and associated with the comments of all of my colleagues in support of this legislation. Language does matter. With that, the question now occurs on the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 8665. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no.
No.
In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the amendment in the nature of a substitute is agreed to. The question now occurs on favorably reporting H.R. 8564 as amended. All those in favor say aye. Aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no.
No.
In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the bill is agreed to.
Pardon? Exactly.
H.R. 8665 shall be favorably reported to the House. Without objection, a motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Staff is authorized to make technical and conforming changes to the matters considered by the committee in this markup. Pursuant to notice, I now call up H.R. 8466, the Su Te Anen Health Federal Workplaces Act. The clerk will report the bill, which was distributed in advance.
H.R. 8466, to require the head of each agency to establish a plan relating to the safety of federal employees and contractors physically present at certain work sites during a nationwide public health emergency declared for an infectious disease and for other purposes.
Without objection, the bill is considered read and open to amendment at any point. The chair recognizes herself to offer an amendment in the nature of a substitute, copies which have been distributed electronically to all members in advance. The clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 8466, offered by Ms. Maloney of New York.
Without objection, the amendment is considered read and will serve as a base text for purposes of amendment. I now recognize the sponsor of the legislation, Mr. Conley, to explain his bill.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman, and I thank you for bringing up H.R. 8466, the Chai Sudamanand Healthy Federal Workplace Act of 2022, for this markup. On May 26, 2020, Chai, a kitchen staff worker at a child care facility on Marine Corps Base Quantico, and my constituent, tragically died from coronavirus-related complications. He died because there were no protocols in place at a federal workplace. He was a proud immigrant and a proud naturalized American. He had retired from his job and was seeking a second calling to help children at the child care center at Quantico. He was a loving father and husband, known for his kindness and patience. He had a unique handshake he shared with many of the kids at the child care facility. His death was a tragedy felt by many. Confusion and uncertainty emerged as two of the largest contributing factors to Chai's death. The federal government didn't have protocols in place or guidance intended to protect people like Chai. We are emerging from the COVID-19 pandemic, but new strains of infectious diseases and other potential health emergencies demand that the federal government prepare to adapt and continue operations across many challenges. Our government must embrace lessons learned from the pandemic, some of them learned through tragic, painful losses such as Chai. Federal agencies must place the health and safety of federal employees at the forefront of their operations and decision-making while continuing to ensure vital services are provided to the public. Since the beginning of the pandemic, our subcommittee has held 3 hearings focused on the future of federal work, including prioritizing the health and safety of our workforce. Some simple truths emerged during these deliberations. 1, our federal workforce is comprised of dedicated civil servants who did not stop delivering mail, serving veterans, or approving and distributing vaccines, ensuring businesses received essential financial assistance. Second, the federal workforce needs agencies to invest in proper information technology, training, and protective equipment before another public health crisis could occur. And third, agencies need clearly communicated, publicly available policies and guidance that let their employees and the public know how to ensure a safe and healthy continuity of operations. Last year, this committee marked up a previous version of this bill that covered the COVID-19 pandemic. This new bill prepares the federal workforce for the potential nationwide public health emergencies of tomorrow while safely allowing them to return to work. The bill requires each federal agency to establish a plan that describes public health protocols, including, but not limited to, testing, identification and notification of individuals who may have been exposed, cleaning, occupancy limits, use of personal protective equipment, protections for employees whose work requires them to travel off-site, and ensuring the continuity of agency operations. The bill would require each agency's Office of Inspector General to report on the extent each agency has implemented the plan, and the Government Accountability Office to report on lessons learned. This bill is endorsed by the American Federation of Government Employees, the International Federation of Professional and Technical Engineers, the National Active and Retired Federal Employees Association, the National Federation of Federal Employees, the National Treasury Employees Union, Professional Managers Association, and the Senior Executives Association, among many others. We can take simple steps to protect the health and safety of our federal employees. They are our government's great asset. We must work to prevent unnecessary deaths of those who serve our nation. I'd like to thank the chairwoman, who's a co-sponsor of this bill, as well as my colleagues who also have co-sponsored the legislation. And I want to particularly salute Chai's widow, Christina, for her continued valiant efforts to transform her family loss into protection and help for others. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The distinguished ranking member, Mr. Comer, is now recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to express my sincere condolences to the family of Mr. Sutamanan. The COVID-19 pandemic has meant painful loss for many families across America. I want to also thank my colleague, Mr. Conley, for his continued work to improve his bill. Thankfully, there are no longer vaccine requirements for federal workers in the bill, and the bill is now future-looking. It's no longer tied specifically to the COVID-19 pandemic. It's important that federal agencies plan and prepare for future infectious disease outbreaks and to do so in a transparent manner. While this bill is much improved and we must be cautious of any more restrictions being placed on Americans, as the President just said this week on 60 Minutes, the pandemic is over. So thank you, and I yield back.
Yields back. Who else seeks recognition? I now recognize myself to speak in support of H.R. 8466, the Chai Sutamuinen Healthy Federal Workplaces Act of 2022. This bill was introduced by Government Operations Subcommittee Chair Connolly, and I'm proud to be an original co-sponsor. Last year, our committee favorably reported a bill that was also named in honor of Chairman Connolly's constituent, a federal employee who got sick at work and died of COVID-19 in 2020. That bill would have required that federal agencies establish plans to facilitate a safe reentry for workers who were returning to their regular workstations. Federal workers played critical roles in the national response to the pandemic. Roughly half of the workforce continued to report to their regular workstations in 2020 during the height of the pandemic to deliver government services and carry out agency missions, putting themselves at great personal risk. But unfortunately, we know that COVID-19 is not the last public health emergency we are likely to face as a country, and government agencies need to prepare for that event. From our shared experience during the COVID-19 pandemic, it is clear we need to take precautions for the future to ensure agencies protect workers, help employees feel safe at work, and prevent the spread of disease. H.R. 8466 would give all federal agencies 60 days to create detailed plans to protect the health and safety of employees, contractors, and subcontractors in the event of a nationwide public health emergency declaration in response to an infectious disease. The plans must include protocols to ensure workers have access to protective equipment, clean facilities, limited workspace occupancy, on-site testing, that they are notified about exposures and that accommodations are available to high-risk individuals. The bill requires that these safety protocols are clearly communicated to all employees and publicly posted on the websites of both the agency and Office of Management and Budget. The plans would provide transparency to federal employees and the public and ensure continuity of operations throughout a public health emergency. The agency inspector generals would assess implementation of these plans and reports submitted to Congress. The Government Accountability Office would be directed to conduct a study of the lessons from the COVID-19 pandemic that can be applied to improve agency plans and improve communication with employees throughout the emergency. And I commend Chairman Conley for this forward-looking bill that would better prepare government agencies for future public health crises. I am pleased to support H.R. 8466, and I urge all members on both sides of the aisle to do the same. I yield back, and who else seeks recognition? Mr. Heiss is now recognized.
Madam Chair, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 8466, offered by Mr. Heiss of Georgia.
Without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with. The gentleman is recognized to explain the amendment.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. And I do sincerely appreciate Chairman Conley for his efforts to work with us on this amendment and to gain bipartisan support across the board on the bill. I also appreciate the intent of the legislation and the efforts to memorialize a constituent. I'm grateful for all of that. But there's one vital area of importance that this bill needs to make, and that is what my amendment addresses. And very simply put, it's the need of federal agencies to stay focused on accomplishing their mission, no matter what the circumstances are. Unfortunately, as we all know, we've just come out of the COVID pandemic, and the focus, as far as our agencies have been concerned, has been permanently increasing levels of telework and remote working arrangements. But the truth is, I believe we need to have a thorough scrub of how agencies' missions have been impacted through COVID. And so in preparing for future health emergencies, which I believe is wise to do, look, employee safety is, of course, a key concern, but so is mission accomplishment. The plans this bill calls for must be made through the lens of maintaining operations and minimizing impacts to customer service. So the amendment that I have is very simple. It states that the plans required by this bill also cover how agency missions and customer service will be maintained during a potential future public health emergency. Federal agencies ultimately exist to serve the American people. That is true during times of emergencies as well, and so this amendment just calls for that to be looked into. So I urge my colleagues to support this amendment, and I yield back.
Who else seeks recognition? Mr. Conley is now recognized.
I would yield to Mr. Comer, and then I'd be glad to be recognized. I thank the chair.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Conley. We know that pandemic levels of telework led to and continue to lead to poor agency services to constituents and a failure of many agency core missions. This amendment is a smart addition to the bill. This amendment will make sure that next time we have a public health emergency, federal agencies balance their workforce safety measures with plans to accomplish their missions. Americans who rely on federal services should never again be forgotten when their government sends its workforce home. I want to thank Mr. Heiss for offering this good faith amendment and encourage my colleagues to support the amendment and the underlying bill. I yield back.
The gentleman yields it back to Mr. Conley.
I want to thank the chair, and I want to thank my friend, Mr. Heiss, for his amendment. And I agree with the ranking member. It's a thoughtful contribution to the underlying bill, and I support it. I do want to point out, I completely agree with him about we got to be mission focused. And if the chairwoman would hold up her coffee mug, it says "Seize the Mission." That is a mug that agencies in my county, Fairfax, when I was chairman of the county, actually produced, because that was my motto to every agency: seize your mission. You know, be seized with that mission. And he's right. We got to protect the workforce, but we got to provide continuity of operations. We got to figure that out. And that's what this bill, and I believe Mr. Heiss's amendment, helps us further that goal. So I would urge adoption of this amendment. I thank my friend, Mr. Heiss and Mr. Comer, for their support and for their thoughtful contribution. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. Who else seeks recognition? I recognize myself, and I want to thank Representative Heiss for his mission and his amendment that prioritizes the focus of agency plans on continuity of operations and services. That is a goal of the underlying legislation, and this amendment reinforces it. I commend Representative Heiss and Conley for their constructive cooperation toward advancing this bill, and I am pleased to join my colleagues in supporting this amendment to H.R. 8466. Who else seeks recognition? The question now occurs on the amendment. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the amendment is adopted. The question now occurs on the amendment in the nature of a substitute. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the amendment in the nature of a substitute is agreed to. The question now occurs on favorably reporting H.R. 8466 as amended. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the bill is agreed to. H.R. 8466 shall be favorably reported to the House. Without objection, a motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Staff is authorized to make technical and conforming changes to the matters considered by the committee in this markup. Pursuant to notice, I now call up H.Res. 1243, a resolution of inquiring requesting the President transmit certain documents in his possession to the House of Representatives relating to the Biden family's international business schemes and related information. The clerk will report the bill, which was distributed in advance.
H.Res. 1243 of inquiry requesting the President transmit certain documents in his possession to the House of Representatives relating to the Biden family's international business schemes and related information.
Without objection, the resolution is considered read and open to amendment at any point. The chair recognizes herself to offer an amendment in the nature of a substitute, copies of which have been distributed electronically to all members in advance. The clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.Res. 1243 offered by Ms. Maloney of New York.
Without objection, the amendment is considered read and will serve as a base text for the purposes of amendment. I recognize Ranking Member Comer to explain the resolution.
Thank you, Chairwoman Maloney. This resolution of inquiry requires President Biden to hand over documents in his possession that are related to the Biden family's international business schemes and influence peddling. Oversight Republicans' ongoing investigation has revealed the Biden family has peddled excess to the highest levels of government to enrich themselves, and unfortunately, often to the detriment of U.S. interests. By passing this resolution of inquiry, we will provide the American people with much-needed transparency to understand the Biden family's businesses. It is time for President Biden to answer some questions about his participation in his family's business schemes with some of our most significant adversaries for years, including the Chinese Communist Party. For far too long, James and Hunter Biden have faced no accountability for their deal-making with shady and CCP-connected associates. Now, there's a lot of talk about Hunter Biden. It's often easier to just ignore the story than to consider what has been revealed since Joe Biden told the American people he never even discussed his son's business dealings with him. We know Hunter's closest business partner, and who was later appointed by the Obama-Biden administration White House to a position in the federal government, visited the White House and other official locations while Joe Biden was vice president. The same person, Eric Sherwin, became president of Hunter's company, Rosemont Seneca, and wrote checks to Hunter Biden from the vice president's account because the vice president owed Hunter money. We know that meetings included sit-downs with then Vice President Biden in the West Wing with foreign billionaires with whom his son was arranging business. We know that the Biden family has done deals with China worth millions of dollars. Those deals were arranged by individuals with direct ties to Chinese intelligence. Hunter Biden himself called his client, quote, the spy chief of China, unquote. We know that then U.S. Deputy Chief of Mission to Ukraine, George Kent, emailed State Department officials in 2016 to alert Washington that Hunter Biden's business dealings were undercutting the United States anti-corruption mission in Ukraine. We know James and Hunter Biden told their business associates that if they did business with them from 2017 to 2020, they would reap the rewards and profits under a Biden administration, even before Joe Biden announced he would run for president. And of course, we know President Biden has told the American people repeatedly that he does not know anything about Hunter's business dealings. He even said that again in the 60 Minutes interview this week. We need to know if this pay-to-play between Hunter and the now current president and foreign entities has continued. For years, the U.S. government has warned that high-end art sales have been the perfect vehicle to launder money or pay indirectly for access to favor. To his credit, Hunter seems to be reading the memos. And when Joe Biden became president, overnight, Hunter Biden became one of the highest paid artists in America, listing works of art for $75,000 to even $500,000. We know he sold at least 5 paintings for $75,000 apiece. Today, we still don't know who bought Hunter's art. The Democrat Party, the Biden administration, big tech, the swamp, even Hollywood and others have done everything in their power to run cover for the Biden family. Twitter removed the Hunter Biden laptop story just weeks before the 2020 election. The FBI put Mark Zuckerberg at Facebook on notice. With a wink and a nod, the FBI told the tech giant to be on the lookout for Russian disinformation. Then the platform suppressed the laptop story. Meanwhile, the Treasury Department, shortly after Joe Biden took office and Republicans began looking deeper into Hunter Biden's activities, changed its policies regarding suspicious activity reports, or SARs. The Biden administration changed the rules to severely restrict Congress to access to suspicious activity reports with no explanation. And remember, Maxine Waters filed legislation that passed the House later to change that back to where Congress could have access to SARs. I supported that. So I don't support many of Maxine Waters' bills, but I supported that bill. As I've stated before, Hunter Biden and other Biden family members have racked up at least 150 suspicious activity reports for their shady foreign business dealing. That number of SARs is simply unheard of in the banking world, and I was a director of a bank for over a decade. We must have access to this information to see if Joe Biden has benefited from his family's dealings with foreign adversaries. If the Democrats vote against this resolution, then they are continuing in their coordinated effort to shield a potentially compromised president from necessary congressional oversight. They, of course, have been doing this for 2 years. Since a cabinet-level Biden administration official has not testified before the full committee, this entire Congress, 0 cabinet officials in the Biden administration have testified before this committee for 2 years. We must shed light on the Biden family's international business schemes to determine if they're a national security threat. I look forward to us joining together to conduct oversight, ensure our national security, and strive for transparency in the government for the American people. Thank you, Madam Chair, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. I now recognize myself. This resolution of inquiry would ask President Biden to turn over all documents related to his son, his brother, his sister-in-law, as well as various other people and companies. None of these people has a role in the Biden administration. The House rules give the minority the right to introduce this resolution, and they give our committee the responsibility to consider it. And we are honoring those rules today. Unfortunately, this resolution reveals the misplaced priorities of our Republican colleagues. For nearly 2 years, Republicans have complained as Democrats on this committee have focused on tackling the climate crisis, protecting a woman's right to control her own body, her own health care, including reproductive health care, cutting the cost of prescription drugs, and preventing gun violence. These same Republicans turned a blind eye when Donald Trump incited a deadly riot in the Capitol, violating the peaceful transfer of power, and illegally removed highly classified presidential records from the White House. Yet today, our Republican friends have chosen to spend our committee's time on a resolution that seeks to smear President Biden by targeting his family. This is a nakedly partisan effort, so it is no surprise that it has been led by none other than former President Donald Trump. 2 years ago, Mr. Trump made allegations about Hunter Biden a centerpiece of his failed campaign for re-election. He did this even though witnesses in a Senate investigation led by Republicans confirmed that Hunter Biden had played no role in U.S. policy and that Vice President Biden had always served the interest of the American people. Today, my Republican colleagues are rehashing some of the same tired talking points. And Republicans have been open that they are pursuing this partisan investigation because they think it will help get Donald Trump reelected president. Just last month, Congressman Jordan, former member of this committee, explained that an investigation into Hunter Biden would, quote, frame up the 2024 race, end quote, for Donald Trump, explaining, quote, we need to make sure that he wins, end quote. Ranking Member Comer, who has sent at least 34 letters on this topic this Congress, has explained that he believes promising a Hunter Biden investigation will boost Republican turnout. This spring, he was asked by Fox and Friends whether the, quote, promise of a probe is going to drive more people to the polls to put Republicans in office, end quote. And Mr. Comer responded, quote, I think so, end quote. And just a few weeks ago, Senator Ron Johnson, who led the failed Hunter Biden investigations in the Senate, used these investigations to solicit campaign contributions on Fox News. That is stunning. In nearly the same breath, he asked for money while promising to investigate Hunter Biden. Republicans are so desperate to smear President Biden, they are even enlisting the help of some of America's worst enemies. In March of this year, while Russians' bombs were raining down on civilians in Ukraine, Donald Trump went on TV and called on Vladimir Putin to release information about a conspiracy theory on Hunter Biden. Mr. Trump said, and I quote, I would think Putin would know the answer to that. I think he should release it, end quote. 6 years after calling on Russia to release emails from Hillary Clinton, Donald Trump is once again asking Putin for help to dig up dirt on his political opponents. Encouraging our enemies to meddle in our elections is simply wrong. And it shows just how malicious and partisan the Republicans' obsession with Hunter Biden really is. Even Senator Romney called out his fellow Republicans for this obvious partisan investigation. He said, quote, "It's not the legitimate role of government or Congress or for taxpayer expense to be used in an effort to damage political opponents," end quote. I agree with Senator Romney. I urge all members of this committee on both sides of the aisle to oppose this resolution. Who else seeks recognition? Mr. Heiss is now recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would just say the reason that the ranking member has sent 34 letters is because all 34 have been ignored. There's not been a single answer, and you would think at some point there would at least be the integrity to answer some of those letters. And quite frankly, if there is nothing to fear with Hunter Biden, then there is no reason Democrats should refuse an investigation. If there's no problem, then that's fine. There's no problem. But we believe there is a problem. We believe it's the responsibility of this committee to do its job and to investigate. I support totally House Resolution 1243. Whether Democrats care to admit it or not, there are serious concerns about the business dealings of the Biden family. There are serious concerns. These get to whether our commander-in-chief, the President of the United States, has sought to enrich himself and his family at the expense of our national security. Again, if there's nothing there, then that's fine. But let's investigate it. We have serious concerns that indeed there is something there. The Biden administration has sought to pretend that these issues do not exist. They will not answer questions from the press about the Biden family's business affairs with foreign countries. They ignore to request oversight committee Republicans for documents and information. They claim that their policies do not allow for the production of such documents. All of this is nothing but hiding, trying to avoid what is potentially extremely damaging, not only to the Biden administration, but to our nation. This administration is content to hide behind the safety blanket provided by the mainstream media that any evidence of these matters is misinformation. President Biden has insisted that he was not even aware of Hunter's business dealings. Business dealings, by the way, that involve companies tied to the Communist Party of China, America's chief rival on the national stage. But there is indeed, in fact, mounting evidence that President Biden was not only aware of what was going on, but was involved in what was going on. Why would President Biden lie about this? In the absence of truth, we're left with no other option but to draw our own conclusions. If this were President Trump, which the Democratic Party continues to be obsessed with, they would be having a feeding frenzy over this. But with President Biden, absolute crickets. It is not misinformation that there are serious concerns and mounting evidence of wrongdoing, and this needs to be investigated. What possible reason is there not to investigate this matter? What possible reason is there not to want to get to the truth? Let's learn the facts. Madam Chair, I urge you, let's learn the facts. Let's investigate this, which is, by the way, supposed to be the responsibility of this committee. Let the Biden family explain their actions. If there is nothing to hide, then there's no problem. But we need to know the truth. We need the truth. And the documents we are requesting through this resolution will help us find the truth. There is no reason to oppose this resolution. And with that, I'll yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The gentlelady from the District of Columbia, Representative Norton, is now recognized.
Madam Chair, the Republican resolution is about achieving a specific goal: hurting President Joe Biden and helping former President Trump if he decides to run for office again. Don't take my word for it. On August 4th, committee member Jim Jordan spoke at CPAC and said probes into Hunter Biden would, and here I'm quoting, frame up the 2024 race when I hope and I think President Trump is going to run again. And we need to make sure that he wins, end quote. Ranking Member Comer appeared on Fox News on August 28th and joined and in a discussion about Hunter Biden said, and here I'm quoting again, Joe Biden's going to have a lot of problems, and you're going to see a Republican Congress that's going to be eager to try to impeach Joe Biden, end quote. This isn't oversight. This is a smear campaign. Even Donald Trump knows that this Hunter Biden obsession is all about helping him. Back in March, after Russia had invaded Ukraine, he asked Russian President Vladimir Putin to release dirt on Hunter Biden, saying, and I'm quoting, I would think Putin would know the answer to that. I think he should release it, end quote. This investigation is about promoting former President Trump and hurting President Biden. It's pure politics. I urge my colleagues to oppose the resolution.
Would my friend yield for a question?
I'd be happy to yield.
Is it my recollection that this obsession goes back with President Trump personally, in which he had a notorious phone call, which he characterized as a perfect phone call, with now President Zelensky of Ukraine, in which he told him, essentially, I'm going to hold up military equipment to help you defend your country until and unless I get your cooperation on finding dirt about Hunter Biden? Do I recall that correctly?
I think your memory is correct.
I thank the gentlelady.
Would Mr. Conley yield to a question?
She controls time.
Would the lady yield to Mr. Conley to answer a question?
I yield to Mr. Comer.
So, in your comparison with President Trump's phone call to Lewinsky, what's the difference in Joe Biden changing the rules on suspicious activity reports when under President Trump, President Obama, and President George W. Bush, any of us could request those suspicious activity reports? Joe Biden changed rules, and later we find out, oh, his son had 150 suspicious activity reports. This is the bank, different banks, notifying the Treasury Department that we're pretty confident our client has committed a crime.
I would urge my friend to reclaim her time.
Reclaiming my time.
Would you yield?
And I yield to my
I thank my
Mr.
friend.
Connolly.
I would just say, you know, it's interesting that we're listening to things cloaked in self-righteousness. And you mentioned, Mr. Comer, actually a national security concern here. That's interesting, because I don't remember any Republican expressing any concern when the President, Trump, gave a national security clearance to his son-in-law that he otherwise did not qualify for, in fact, was denied. Where was the concern about national security then? And, oh, by the way, that raised lots of issues about how security clearances were being handled in the White House. We're now fighting the first major ground war in Europe since World War II, and that conversation Mr. Trump had with President Zelensky is seen in an even starker coloration and a more menacing and dangerous one. And if we're going to start with investigations, let's start with that. I yield back to my friend. Thank you.
The gentlelady yields back her time. We now recognize the gentleman, Mr. Grossman.
Thank you. I'm going to speak in support of HRES 1243, which I think is very timely. Earlier today, we attended another confidential briefing on the Ukraine, or many of us did, and I assume that we were given access to these important people because we're soon going to be taking another vote, maybe a part of this year or whatever, with regard to Ukraine and what we should do. However, hanging around in the background of that vote, or that whole issue, or the requests of the Biden administration, is the gentleman who lives in a $20,000 a month mansion in Malibu, California. He also has a brother who's gotten quite wealthy in deals from China. The reason it's in the background is when we are asked to do things with regard to Ukraine or with regard to China and or with regard to Russia, and we remember that Joe Biden met with a couple Russian oligarchs and then met with his father right after that on the Naval Observatory. And lately, we've had a couple Russian billionaires who have not had sanctions like other people have. So you begin to wonder the degree to which American foreign policy right now is being determined a little bit about Hunter Biden. And I think there have to be people, both in Ukraine, both in Russia, both in China, who maybe know very bad things about Hunter Biden. And if these things came out, it may be very politically damaging for his father, President Biden, which is why this is so important. It's not an unrelated thing out there. It sure appears like people in other countries know things that could be disastrous for our president. And for that reason, I'm so glad that we have this resolution before us today, because I hope in a bipartisan, still not too late to do a bipartisan action here, we delve into as soon as possible any activities that Hunter Biden had and any that he had abroad, and whether it's possible that is affecting this administration's policy towards China, towards Ukraine, and towards Russia. So in any event, I strongly support the committee giving this resolution a positive response, and I especially beg my good Democrat friends to support this resolution as well. So and maybe we're going to find nothing. I don't see how, but if we find nothing, it's good to put this whole issue to rest. And but in any event, thank you.
It's back. The gentleman, Representative Lynch, is now recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I find this almost laughable that my colleagues on the other side of the aisle, while they have abdicated their responsibility to protect our electoral system, while they continue to spout the big lie, while they continue to just completely remove themselves from the integrity of this democratic system, and yet you're actually on this adventure to go after President Biden's son. I can tell you one stark difference between this president and the previous president. This president is a good and decent man. He is an honorable man. And your efforts to dirty him up and dust him up are reprehensible, in my opinion. And I've seen this before on this committee, unfortunately. As chairman of the Subcommittee on National Security, I can attest that this newfound interest in congressional oversight stands in stark contrast to the unyielding opposition of Oversight Committee Republicans to congressional oversight of the Trump administration. During his first 2 years of President Trump's tenure alone, under a House Republican majority, oversight Republicans blocked more than 60 Democratic subpoena requests from the government, not somebody who was just merely a familial relation to the president, but actually government officials who had responsibility within the Trump administration, including his son-in-law. Now, President Trump's son-in-law was actually a special advisor to the White House, and you objected to us talking to him, to bringing him in, to have him testify, even though he had an official position with the government, and you opposed that. And now you're going after the president's kid because of a blood relation. He has no role in the government. Zero. Zero. You also completely ignored the willingness of our former president to cozy up to Putin, even in the midst of Russian direct evidence of interference in our own elections. And you look the other way. And now all of a sudden you're interested in oversight. That's unbelievable. You also overlooked lapses in the White House procedures, as Mr. Conley, the gentleman from Virginia, has pointed out, for granting security clearances to people who did not deserve them. Let's forget about the umpteen boxes of top secret information he's got at his house in Florida. What do we hear about that from the Republicans? Crickets. Nothing. Not a thing. Not a word. Not a word. And we continue to hear not a word. No criticism of the former president for what he did. We have documented foreign contacts by White House officials with access to classified information, the transfer of sensitive nuclear technology to Saudi Arabia. We got waste, fraud, and abuse in the hurricane relief contracting by the prior president. In January 2021, the nonpartisan organization Citizens for Responsibility and Ethics in Washington compiled a list of at least 3,700 conflicts of interest connected to President Trump in his first term of office. Mr. Trump refused to divest from his business interests as president and then used his power as president to profit off taxpayers. He was charging Secret Service to use the golf carts at Mar-a-Lago to keep him safe. He also gave special access to foreign officials at his properties, and on top of that had top secret information and documents at his property. And when Democrats on this committee launched an investigation into these egregious actions, my colleagues on the other side refused to join us, refused to hold the president accountable. And now you're going after his kid.
Would the gentleman yield to a question?
I'm almost expired on my time. So let me just leave it at that, and the gentleman can respond in his own time. Thank you. Madam Chair, I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. We now recognize Representative Fox.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Madam Chairman, it is increasingly clear that the Biden administration is trying to avoid answering questions related to the Biden family's international business dealings. When reports about the existence of Hunter Biden's laptop first surfaced in late 2020, the reach and spread of this news was curtailed, even though it was later found to be legitimate, and many people thought at the time that it was legitimate, which is why so much effort went into curtailing it. Since then, reports have uncovered concerted government efforts to limit the reach of information about this story. This should be shocking and unsettling to all Americans. This committee is the main investigative committee in the United States House of Representatives. As such, we should be the first to delve into sensitive matters, such as the extent of the president's involvement in his son's international, quote, business, end quote, ventures. Rather than investigate these troubling reports, this committee has conducted oversight of pet collars, energy companies, climate pledges, and examining universal health coverage. This is to say nothing of the countless hours spent investigating a certain professional football team. These so-called oversight efforts are nothing but a distraction from the issues facing Americans. In fact, I think that the administration and the president in particular, as well as our friends on the other side of the aisle, are totally out of touch with what's happening in America right now, with inflation raging and Americans facing such challenges. But we should be doing our job and focusing on that and not looking for distractions. House Resolution 1243 would allow this committee to return to its true oversight role by requesting that the President submit to Congress documents related to the Biden family's international business schemes and alleged influence peddling. With so many questions outstanding, bringing these documents to light will allow the American people to see the truth for themselves. Congress must do its job and exercise its explicit oversight authorities to demand answers and hold this administration accountable. Therefore, I urge the members of this committee to support H.Res. 1243, and I yield the balance of my time to the ranking member.
I want to thank the lady for yielding. Mr. Lynch, I want to remind you, your colleagues, and all the media who's paying attention to this hearing, the reason we are investigating Hunter Biden has nothing to do with picking on a president's child. God forbid you all are concerned about that issue from the last administration. The reason we are investigating Hunter Biden is because we have credible evidence that Hunter Biden has influenced decisions that Joe Biden has made that puts our country at risk. Why did Joe Biden change the rules blocking Congress from getting the suspicious activity reports to begin with? Again, remember, Maxine Waters passed legislation out of the House to give us the information we're requesting in this resolution of inquiry. Don't misimply the intent of the Hunter Biden investigation. It's because we are concerned about the potential compromise of this administration and the bad policies, especially the energy policies, that they have inflicted upon the American people. The second thing, I invite any member across the aisle to challenge. We have sent 30-plus letters requesting information. Everything from the artwork. I mean, let's be real. If we become the majority and you all are in the minority, are you really going to defend the artwork? Are you going to go out on the line and say, oh, you know, this was a credible art dealer with no American special interest. This wasn't China or anything, but the artwork, the oligarchs that were paid, that paid Hunter Biden millions of dollars, and these oligarchs just happened to not get sanctions filed against them. Coincidence? Or even to the CEFC. These letters that we sent, most of the members of this committee signed on, do you challenge anything that we requested as being fake news or misinformation? I yield back.
The gentleman's time has expired. The gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Conley, is now recognized.
I thank the chairwoman. Well, here we go again, and it's a playbook. Unfortunately, those of us who are in this committee are all too familiar with. And I call it SMID. Smear, insinuate, distract, damage, and try to destroy. We saw it with the Benghazi tragedy. We saw it with Eric Holder. We saw it with John Koskinen at IRS. We saw it with Lois Lerner. And now we want to do it to Hunter Biden. And all of it, of course, with this enormous elephant in the room, which is what happened to investigations about Donald Trump. My friend Mr. Lynch pointed out, Republicans blocked, when they were in the majority and Donald Trump was in his first 2 years in office as president, the Republicans blocked over 60 subpoena requests. They didn't want to investigate anything. Now, I don't know that there's any kind of objective observer who would actually say there was nothing to see in the Trump years. It was not a fertile ground for any kind of investigation. Whether it was the Trump Hotel, whether it was emoluments and conflicts of interest, whether it was how they handled security clearances or security material, as Mr. Lynch points out, nothing. We want to talk about connecting dots. Was there a connection between the president's son-in-law and his policy in Saudi Arabia overlooking the role of the Crown Prince, MBS, in the murder of my constituent, Jamal Khashoggi, in the most horrific fashion at the Saudi consulate in Istanbul, where he was not only killed, he was dismembered. And the president said relationship was too important. And after the president left office, his son-in-law gets a multi-billion-dollar loan from the Saudis. Is there a connection? Want to look at it? Let's have an investigation. No. No.
Would the gentleman yield to a question?
I will in a minute. This is their playbook. And it's designed to distract us from the genuine, troubling, violent-filled developments that have occurred on the Trump watch. We had an insurrection here in the Capitol. People died, and lots more would have if the mob had gotten its way, a mob incited by the President of the United States, for which he was impeached again. We are in the process here with this resolution, making a decision about will we be distracted by something that most certainly does not have public attention, as Ms. Fox just indicated. So let's deal with the real things. Let's deal with the fight for democracy. Let's deal with the deliberate undermining by some of democratic institutions, the ability of people to vote, the ability of votes to be counted, the very legitimacy of recognizing the results of an election, even if they are adverse to our interests. Those are fundamental issues this country has to deal with, and those are fundamental issues some people apparently want to make sure we don't talk about. So let's manufacture an issue in the hopes it will work. It will distract the media and it will distract the public so that we aren't dealing with those ugly, fundamental issues that arose during the very troubling 4 years of the Trump presidency that culminated in a violent insurrection in this very place. So I don't support this resolution because I will not be party to that deliberate attempt at distraction. And I will not countenance another playbook chapter of smear, insinuate, distract, damage, and destroy. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back, and I now recognize Mr. Donalds.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I actually want to thank the member for actually explaining the playbook from the Democrats that seems to be on display every single day, whether here in these chambers or on any major news network or in any major newspaper in the United States. The purpose of the HRES is quite simple: to get information from the president with respect to the business dealings of his son. Now, the president has told us time and time again, frankly, it's a lie, but the president has told us time and time again that he has no idea what his son is actually doing. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we all know that is the dumbest thing we've all heard. I have 3 sons. I've been away from my sons for 10 days, but trust me, I know exactly what they're doing. It doesn't take me long to pick up a phone and ask or to find out. The president knows what his son is engaged in. What his son is primarily being engaged in is a mineral called cobalt. Let's educate the committee on cobalt. Cobalt is a mineral, a metal that is essential in the manufacturing of electric vehicles. Cobalt is one of the most important components of electric car batteries, solar panels, and other renewable energy sources. A Tesla long-range vehicle requires 10 pounds of cobalt, more than 400 times the amount of cobalt needed in a cell phone. 2/3 of the world's cobalt production comes from the Democratic Republic of the Congo. Hunter Biden has been heavily involved in the 2016 sale of a cobalt mine in the Democratic Republic of the Congo to a company that is a Chinese company. He was very involved. The New York Times has reported on his level of involvement. So do you mean to tell me that Joe Biden, who was a former vice president of the United States, then candidate for the presidency of the United States, now president of the United States, had no idea that his son was engaged in the sale of a cobalt mine to a Chinese company at the same time when the centerpiece of Joe Biden's energy policy is electric cars in the United States and more green technology? I mean, come on, folks. That is just crazy. You can sit here and try to lecture us about the leaks at Mar-a-Lago, which, by the way, let me also state for the record for the American people, there have been no hearings, there have been no classified briefings about documents at Mar-a-Lago. So the members of Congress who are saying what they know, what they're talking about are leaks into the news media, which, by the way, are illegal. Leaks that are coming either A, from the Department of Justice, or B, from the FBI, we don't know because the press protects their sources. But if you're citing that, that is illegal information obtained by the press with active investigations. But let's go back to Hunter Biden. The chairman is, the ranking member is correct. There are changes by Joe Biden to the ability for Congress to get suspicious activity reports. I am a recovering banker. When we issue suspicious activity reports, it's not just thrown out like a mere bag of shells. It's done for specific reasons because there are concerns about criminalities surrounding the financial transaction. If Hunter Biden and other members of the Biden family have more than 100 suspicious activity reports, Congress does need to know about this because a funny thing's happening at 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue. Joe Biden is president of the United States. His son, who's not a kid, by the way, the man's 50 years old. He ain't a kid, okay? His son is running around the world cutting deals. His son is involved in suspicious activity reports where financial institutions are making that readily, or have actually drafted those documents. And Congress doesn't want to know? We don't want to have oversight now? I find it interesting. I think it's very clear that the members of the majority party do have a playbook when it comes to smearing their political opponents. They talked about several people, like Lois Lerner. Yeah, she was discriminating against Tea Party groups. That was a fact. Like Benghazi, yes, there was dilatory effects at the Department of State that led to the death of four people that serviced our country and served our country. That did occur. And the one thing we already know is occurring, not through conjecture, because the documents of the transactions are quite clear. Hunter Biden was readily involved in the transactions dealing with Chinese companies for a mineral that is critical to the Democrat agenda with respect to the Green New Deal. If Congress should not investigate what's going on between Hunter Biden and Joe Biden, then I don't even know what we're doing here, folks. We might as well just wait till the midterms are over. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. Representative Krishnamurthy, you are now recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The American public understands what's really going on with this resolution. Unfortunately, it's about hurting President Biden politically and boosting former President Trump. It turns out that this is also clear to other Republicans. In June 2020, when Republicans first started making claims about Hunter Biden's business dealings, Senator Mitt Romney said this was, quote, apparent on its face, close quote, that the Hunter Biden probe is politically motivated. Then, when Republicans deepened their inquiry into Hunter Biden closer to the election, Senator Romney observed that this investigation, quote, had the earmarks of a political exercise, close quote. He explained, quote, obviously it is the province of campaigns and political parties' opposition research, the media, to carry out political endeavors, to learn about or dust up one's opponent, but it's not the legitimate role of government or Congress or for taxpayer expense to be used in an effort to damage political opponents, close quote. My Republican colleagues, I respectfully submit, should listen to Senator Romney. This inquiry is not a good use of the committee's time. I hope we can get back to the business of helping the American people by tackling real problems, like growing our economy, stopping climate change, protecting a woman's right to choose, and preventing gun violence. I urge my colleagues to oppose this resolution. I yield back to the chair.
The gentleman yields back. Representative Cloud, you're now recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The White House has claimed that Hunter Biden's dealings are completely above board. Joe Biden has vociferously defended Hunter Biden, claiming that he did absolutely nothing wrong, and he knows this because he's had absolutely no conversations or interaction with him in regards to his business dealings. Since those claims, text messages, emails, photos would suggest that that is actually not true. And it's interesting, since this story's been released, we've seen Dems go from Hunter Biden's story is Russian disinformation to now the sun is off limits, which is really comical compared to the last term when Trump was president. But it goes beyond that. It's not about Hunter Biden, the individual. We have the cover-up of the DOJ and the FBI coordinating with big tech in the run-up to an election, and many of the influence peddling operations that go on. We know that Hunter Biden used his family name to peddle influence in the Ukraine in spite of the fact that he had no experience in energy, and we can talk about the world's energy crisis that we're in at the moment. We can talk about the art and corrupt dealings and a money laundering cover-up that goes with that, that suddenly once Joe Biden gets in the White House, suddenly Hunter Biden's an artist that's well looked after. I mean, it's just crazy what's going on. But beyond those corrupt dealings, this is just the tip of the iceberg. The Foreign Agents Registration Act, better known as FARA, is a law administered by the Department of Justice that requires foreign agents to register. In 2016, Hunter Biden emailed Miguel Alemán, son of Mexican billionaire and grandson of the former Mexican president. This email was written and sent to Joe Biden as vice president. In it, Hunter Biden talks about the business deals with Alemán and the people you, quote, asked me to bring later on to the White House and vice president's house. This email indicates that Hunter Biden may have violated FARA when he failed to register and disclose the fact that he was representing high-profile foreign businessmen. President Biden has repeatedly claimed that he never met with his son, Hunter Biden's business contacts. This is certainly not true. There's a photograph from 2015 when then Vice President Joe Biden and Hunter Biden posed with Miguel Alemán, his father, and Carlos Slim, one of the richest men in the world. We cannot continue to pretend like this is not happening and that there's no potential corruption here. The evidence shows that the Biden's willingness to peddle influence and connections to Joe Biden himself extend worldwide. The Biden family have harmed America's position in the world, made it difficult to deal with these relationships across the world with above-board clarity and integrity, and I'd urge my colleagues to support this important resolution so we can begin to conduct legitimate oversight, and I would like to yield the remainder of my time to the ranking member.
I want to thank Representative Cloud for yielding his time. I'm going to pose another question to my colleagues across the aisle. Does anyone in the majority party dispute our allegations that Hunter Biden was influence peddling with our adversaries? And I'm sure they'll want to have time to speak to dispute that. The comments that you all have already made are going to age about as well as your comments about Louis DeJoy trying to sabotage the absentee ballots, or as well as your demanding that the oil CEOs cut production in this hearing at a time when gas rates were doubling and tripling. So we asked for a lot of preservation of documents. We're going to preserve the comments that everyone on your side has said about there's nothing to see here, when you don't dispute the simple fact that Hunter Biden and the president's brother, now let's not leave him out of the equation, they have been influence peddling for decades. Now, again, you want to call it a Hunter Biden investigation. Again, I want to remind the American people, we are investigating Hunter Biden because we fear that he has compromised Joe Biden, which is compromising our national security. I will conclude by saying this. There are two people who were in business with Hunter Biden who are already publicly on the record as saying that Joe Biden was the big guy, that Joe Biden was getting 10% ownership in a Chinese company. That was Bob Alinsky. He said that in a primetime TV interview. We've all seen that. And Gilliard on a phone call, on a recorded phone message. Both gentlemen were close Hunter Biden associates. Both gentlemen said Joe Biden was the big guy getting 10%. Folks, that's a national security risk right there.
Gentleman, time has expired. Representative Raskin, you are now recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to contrast the laser focus of the majority and the laser focus of the minority. We have been laser focused on advancing the public interest and the common good. We passed the Inflation Reduction Act, which dramatically reduces health care costs for the American people. It limits what diabetics have to pay for insulin in the Medicare program to $35 a month. That's a life-saving breakthrough by the Democratic majority with no support from anyone on their side. We made another record breakthrough by limiting to $2,000 a year the out-of-pocket health care costs of any Medicare beneficiary in the country, and we made a record investment in renewable and green energy to make serious progress against climate change, which some of our colleagues still deny even exists. We passed the Infrastructure Act, a $1.2 trillion investment in the roads and the highways, the bridges, the ports, the airports, cybersecurity. In the last administration, they had an infrastructure day, they had an infrastructure week, they had an infrastructure month. They just didn't have an infrastructure bill. And after 4 years, nothing from them. But in the very first year of President Biden's administration, we got it done. A massive investment in the infrastructure needs of America, which now some of our colleagues across the aisle are trying to take credit for back in their districts, even though they voted against it here in Washington. And of course, we are laser focused on defending the rights of the American people, the rights of American women that have been put in danger by their gerrymandered, Trumpified Supreme Court, which overturned Roe versus Wade, a precedent for more than 50 years in our country. And now they are marching all over America, their anti-abortion movement, to try to destroy women's right to choose their own health care in consultation with their families, to choose their own destiny, to do their own planning about their families and careers and so on. Senator Lindsey Graham introduces a federal measure now to take it away from the states. Originally, their rhetoric was, oh, states' rights. Now they want to take it away from the states and have a national criminal ban on women's right to choose. And in their desperate effort to distract from that and all of the other absurdities of their party, now they come forward with this resolution today. The distinguished gentleman from Kentucky, the ranking member, goes on Fox News and says that he and his Republican colleagues are focused like a laser on the topic of Hunter Biden. That's what they're focused like a laser on. While we're fighting for the common interest, for the common good and the public interest of the American people, with the Inflation Reduction Act and the Infrastructure Act, defending women's right to choose against their theocratic schemes to dictate to the women of America what their personal choices are going to be. Their laser focus now is to distract everybody with...
Will the gentleman yield?
No, I will not. I'm not quite done yet. If I get to the end, I got some time, I'm happy to yield to you. So, they say that they're interested in defending the security of the country, which is why they're laser focused on Hunter Biden. But guess what? They have refused to support any investigation into the worst mass domestic violent assault on the Congress of the United States and the Vice President of the United States on the U.S. Capitol in American history. They had a proposal for an independent outside 9/11 style commission to investigate the insurrectionary violence and attempted coup of January 6, 2021, and the Democrats agreed to it. 5 Republican appointees to that panel, 5 Democratic appointees to that panel, equal subpoena power. And then, after we agreed to it, they pulled the rug out from beneath their own proposal. Why? Because the cult master himself, Donald Trump, said no investigation. He didn't want any investigation. So then we launched a select committee here in the House of Representatives, which they decided to boycott. Fortunately, it is a bipartisan committee with Democratic Chair Benny Thompson from Mississippi, a Vice Chair Liz Cheney from Wyoming, but still they refuse to support it because they're not interested, even though they originally tried to blame it on Antifa. I'd love to hear from them today if they still think Antifa did it, but no, that's not what we found. We found no Antifa involvement. It was Donald Trump's incitement of domestic violent extremist groups.
The gentleman's time has expired. Representative Higgins, you are now recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. What an eloquent speech from my colleague across the aisle. America is watching the events unfold in Washington, D.C., and they are in awe that my Democrat friends can have things so wrong. America is done with elitist, career, arrogant politicians. And one of the pinnacle examples of that is Joe Biden. For God's sakes, the man was elected in 1972. He's been in office for 50 years. He's the definition of a career politician. He's the big guy in the capers. This thing reads like a Dick Tracy dime novel, man. Who would not want to read about the exploits of the grand criminal political family, the Bidens? Who would be surprised that from the loins of the big guy, Joe Biden, a fresh Democrat criminal would spring, Hunter Biden? We're absolutely going to look into this stuff. We're going to reveal it for the American people. My Democrat colleagues are not going to like the results, but there's nothing you can do about it because this House will once again belong to we the people, and we the people demand accountability out of this body. Madam Chairman, I thank you very much, and I yield the balance of my time to my colleague, Mr. Cloud.
Thank you. I was just going to point out among the laser-focused list of things, my colleague forgot to mention the dog collars hearing that we had here during the baby formula shortage, the electric tractor hearing we've had in other committees, the relentless pursuit of football teams in this committee, and also the begging of energy companies to stop producing energy, leading into an energy crisis in the world. And, you know, I don't think the laser focus that the American people are looking for, and I think that's why we'll see a change here very soon. Thank you, and I will yield to the ranking member.
I yield the balance of my time to the ranking member.
My apologies to you.
I want to thank both Mr. Cloud and Mr. Higgins. Again, I'm giving the Democrats every opportunity on this committee to say that Hunter Biden was not influence peddling with our adversaries. And I'm hearing nothing but crickets. The fact that we're hearing crickets shows that we need to provide oversight and we need to conduct investigations. Look, we're not asking for tax returns. You all sued and won, which, by the way, I support. I'm glad you all won that lawsuit getting Trump tax returns. I think every president should disclose their taxes, so that's great. But they don't have to disclose their taxes. You sued to get that. We're not asking for any information that wasn't available to any of us before Joe Biden came in and changed the rules. So if all of this is a grand witch hunt, just picking on poor little Hunter Biden, then make me look bad. Make us all look bad. Let us have it. As Mr. Donald said, who also was involved in banking, banks don't just issue suspicious activity reports on the fly. No bank wants to issue one. Let me tell you why, as someone who's a fourth-generation bank director. When the bank issues that suspicious activity report, you're inviting the bank examiners to come in your bank. Nobody wants the bank examiners in their bank any more than they're already going to be in there. And you're not going to do that with anybody. If any member of Congress had a questionable transaction, I'm confident that bank, whether it's a little community bank like I was involved in or Wells Fargo, which, by the way, gave Hunter Biden several suspicious activity reports. They're going to call us first and say, hey, Mr. Raskins, you just got this crazy wire from Syria in your account for $2 million. Can you explain to us what that was? Because, you know, there are rules against doing business with some of these countries that we have embargoes against. They're not going to issue these to the son of the sitting vice president of the United States unless they're pretty darn confident a crime was committed. I yield back.
Time has expired. Representative Johnson, you're now recognized.
I thank the gentlewoman for recognizing me, and I rise in opposition to this resolution. Democrats are putting people over politics and are delivering real wins for the American people. But my Republican colleagues are today talking about Hunter Biden's laptop as if it's the single most important issue facing this country. But we all remember, who could forget what happened in 2015 when House Majority Leader Kevin McCarthy let the cat out of the bag on Benghazi when he said, quote, everybody thought Hillary Clinton was unbeatable, right? But we put together a Benghazi special committee, a select committee. What are her poll numbers today? Her numbers are dropping. Why? Because she's untrustable. But no one would have known any of that had happened had we not fought and made it happen, end quote. From the lips of the majority leader, it was just political. And ladies and gentlemen, from the lips of the MAGA Republicans today, we know that Joe Biden's laptop is nothing but politics. And in fact, and regrettably, it's the politics of personal destruction that the American people have grown very weary of. Everyone who is not a MAGA extremist Republican doesn't give a rat's posterior about Hunter Biden's laptop. And guess what? Neither did the Trump Justice Department. Don't you know that if Bill Barr could have indicted Hunter Biden, he would have? Use your common sense, ladies and gentlemen. If the MAGA crowd talked to Americans outside of the Fox News bubble, they would realize that virtually no one cares about Hunter Biden's laptop or about the other conspiracy theories that the MAGA Republicans continue to peddle. Americans don't care about how Americans do care about how Democrats are delivering real wins for the American people. They care how the Democratic majority in Congress passed the Inflation Reduction Act last month, investing in clean energy and lowering prescription drug prices for tens of millions of Americans. They care about their communities are getting good infrastructure jobs because Democrats passed the biggest investment in American infrastructure since Eisenhower's interstate highway system. They care that Democrats on this committee helped lead the way in passing bipartisan gun reform for the first time in nearly 3 decades. Gas prices are down, and President Biden's economy has added 10 million jobs in the last year and a half, and unemployment is at all-time lows. And meanwhile, Republicans continue to obstruct and oppose every measure that Democrats offer to lower costs, create better paying jobs, and help communities become safer places to live. All they can do is continue to talk about laptops. While they're talking about Hunter's laptop, we'll keep delivering wins for the American people. I urge my colleagues to vote no on this resolution, and I hope we can get back to doing the work of the American people. And with that, Madam Chair, I yield back.
The gentleman yields. I recognize Representative Norman for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. You know, I find it real interesting that, we're having this debate on trying to get information on Hunter Biden, who y'all refer to as a kid. I think he's 50 years old. I think he's never had a real job. I think he was making $50,000 a month off a company that he knew nothing about of what it made other than him picking up his check, and that's the minimum. You know, it's been mentioned that Joe Biden, nobody has got an interest in it. The country has an interest in it. I've sat on the boards, as Mr. Comer has and others have. When you get a special SRA activity report, suspicious activity report, that's pretty serious. That's not like you're going to cash a $50 check and buy popcorn. It's got to do with the national security. And for this Congress not to be able to get information unless it's okayed by the Democrats is ludicrous, and the American people see through it. Now, I keep getting you keep mentioning you're working for the American people and the Inflation Reduction Act. How's that working out, folks? How's that working out on your health insurance premiums, which are skyrocketing? How's it working out on gas prices? I think I remember this president blaming it on Putin when the prices were going up. Now that it's coming down, does Putin not get the credit for it? What about the empty shelves in the grocery stores that they're finding? What about the border crisis? I can't open a newspaper up when, as a result of an open border with everybody coming in from over 150 countries, the fentanyl that's coming across the borders is killing 300 of our young people every day. You know, where's the laser focus on that? Where's the laser focus on crime other than this administration encouraging it? The only the vice president was the one who put the bail up for those who tear the cities apart. And, you know, I will give the Democrats credit. They try to name things that is actually opposite. The Inflation Reduction Act is opposite. And I wish it was, during the Eisenhower years, it was administered like that. Instead of $1.5 trillion for planting trees, instead of $250 billion for your tax dollars paying for loans. How is that infrastructure? And folks, it would be laughable if it wasn't so serious. But I think now that you know, we're 50-some days off for an election, that I think you're going to see people coming into this office is going to actually try to do something into this body. And it's criminal what this administration is doing to the American people. That's not deserved, it's not warranted. And I think the fact that the Democrats are trying to get all the focus away from the things that this country is experiencing, they know it now. Words are not going to do away with the crisis that so many Americans, particularly those with fixed incomes, are having to go through. This House res, everybody on this committee ought to be supporting it. If he's innocent, let's get the facts that we're entitled to anyway, just on the SARS reports, just on that. And then let's see how it works out for him, and let's get him exonerated. I like nothing more. But let's see who the big guy was. Is that some figment of our imagination that they were talking about? No, the Democrats are scared where this path may lead, and they're scared that where it may go for a family that has been in politics all their lives. They haven't been in the private sector. They've never made money on their own other than on the backs of the American taxpayer, which they're hearing loud and clear. So, Madam Chair, I would yield the balance of my time to Mr. Comer.
Thank Mr. Norman for yielding the balance of his time. Again, with every new Democrat speaker, I invite them to say that Hunter Biden was not influence peddling with our adversaries. They can't, because everyone knows, everyone in America knows he was influence peddling. Therefore, that's a national security concern. Now, let's go back to what we're requesting here, the suspicious activity reports. I supported Maxine Waters' bill to allow us to have access to those again. I think the reason she wanted that was because she wanted to see if there were any suspicious activity reports filed against Trump's family. Let's go in on a deal. Let's make this resolution of inquiry available to the Trumps and the Bidens on suspicious activity reports. Will anybody go along with that?
Representative Ro Khanna, you're now recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I oppose this resolution attacking President Biden's integrity out of sadness. You know, there used to be a time in this country where on a bipartisan basis, we celebrated people who dedicated their life to public service. We celebrated people like Joe Biden and Dick Lugar and George Voinovich and Howard Metzenbaum, people who said, I am going to serve out of patriotism. You know, there are a lot of things President Biden could have done. He could have, after his law degree, gone and worked for a prestigious law firm in New York. There would have been nothing wrong with that. He would have made a lot of money. He chose not to do that. He could have, at some point in his 36 years in the Senate, chosen what many of our colleagues do, to go to a law firm in D.C. or to become a lobbyist to make money. He chose not to do that. He chose to dedicate his entire life to service of this country. Disagree with his policies, but don't call into question the man's integrity. The reality is that these attacks aren't going to even work because the American people know Joe Biden. They aren't going to work. They aren't going to work politically. But here's what they do. Here's what they do. They cheapen the culture in America. When the President of the United States is out in a stretch limousine and he tells members of Congress that not only were they protest signs, which is the First Amendment, not only are they people hurling insults at him, but that there's a 10-year-old boy with his middle finger up at the President of the United States, something is wrong in this country. When the President is out to pay his respects to the Queen, and people in England are chanting, "Let's go, Brandon," to the President of the United States, something is wrong in this country. We need to show more respect across the aisle for public service, for the office of the President. We need to stop the character assassination, and we need to stop going after people's families who have nothing to do with political office. Representative Comer says, let's make a deal. I say, let's make a deal on both the Bidens and Trumps. Don't go after family members who have nothing to do with government. I would never say that someone should go after Barron Trump. I would never say that someone should go after Donald Trump's cousins or uncles or aunts that have nothing to do, or his sister, or people who have nothing to do with government. And we should not go after President Biden's family for people who have nothing to do in government. It is time that we stop the character assassination, or we're not going to get people of President Biden's commitment to go into public service, and that ought to be on both sides. So what this committee ought to say is family members who don't serve, who don't have anything to do with politics, are not fair game. And I really am saddened again by an attack on someone who literally has dedicated his whole life to public service.
Will the gentleman yield to a question?
And I will yield, but if I could just finish. Sure. Attack President Biden on the economics. Attack him on your views on inflation. Attack, the Representative Comer and I go on Squawk Box, we debate energy policy. All of that is fine. You can even win an election with those views. Don't attack the man's integrity. Don't attack a person who's literally dedicated his whole life to the service of this nation. I'm happy to yield to a question.
I don't even know what to say about 90% of what you said, Ro, but here, on May 25th, the Wall Street Journal published a letter from the Treasury Department, or a statement from the Treasury Department that said, quote, "It provides SARS to Congress in a manner that enables robust oversight and that is consistent with how other sensitive law enforcement information is provided. Treasury has made SARS available for every request we've received, regardless of party, and will continue to do so." That is not true. We have requested these suspicious activity reports from the Biden family accounts. Now, will you go along and support that? We're not saying anything about Joe Biden. If his name's not on those accounts, if he wasn't receiving 10% of this influence peddling money, this shady influence peddling money that Hunter was receiving and Hunter's uncle, then case
Time has
closed.
expired. Representative Keller, you're now recognized.
Well, here we go again. I have been listening to what's been going on here, and I want to thank Ranking Member Comer for his leadership in trying to get our Democrat colleagues to do their job. We've asked numerous times, and nothing's happened. And all that Ranking Member Comer wants to do is make sure that this committee is conducting the well-needed oversight of the Biden administration's policy failures, and some of them may be tied to this. While the resolution is a definite step in the right direction, I call once again on my Democrat colleagues to hold hearings to investigate this administration's utter mismanagement of the southern border crisis. They come right into office and they change the rules in Treasury for these suspicious activity reports. If they could have closed our border that quickly, we wouldn't have Americans dying from fentanyl at higher rates than any other overdose. We wouldn't have people coming into our country on the terror watch list. All we're saying is we want to see the documents and perform the oversight. It seems like this administration can tighten things up and close them down and make them secure when they don't want to tell us the truth. Well, quite frankly, they need to start doing it. I've heard so many people on the other side of the aisle here make arguments. I mean, I'm going to say this. We should trust President Biden. Let's see, he told us that inflation was going to be transitory. Well, it looks like it's here to stay. And now he's spiking the football because he's saying, well, it's 8.3%, but it's holding steady and not going up. We're supposed to tell him thank you for that. He wants to try and take credit for lower gas prices after he demonized American energy producers who produce it better than anybody else on the face of this earth, right? But then he goes to people who do not like us and asks them to produce oil for us because he doesn't believe in the American people. We're supposed to trust a president who demonized at Independence Hall half of America. I have never heard a president do that. And yet we're supposed to, you're worried, the chairwoman is worried about us smearing the president. Quite frankly, he doesn't need our help. Okay? He's doing a pretty darn good job of himself. A year ago, he and the speaker say, oh, you can't cancel student debt, and then he turns around and does it. So how are we supposed to believe this guy when he says, oh, I didn't know what my son was doing? I think he has a problem with the truth. And I've heard my colleagues talk about the former administration and President Trump. All they did for years was demonize that man and his family. A man actually who made money before he came to government. And there's a person that didn't have to come and do it. I tell you what, I can go back to Joe Biden when he stole Neil Kinnock's speech in 1988. He's got a pattern of bad performance, quite frankly. And past performance is an indication of future behavior. And you know what? We need to see what it is. It's our job to see what it is. And we should stop making excuses and do our job. My grandmother taught me a long time ago, when I was 12 years old, and she was about 75, and she was raising me and my brother. And she sat us down at the table, and she said, boys, people who make excuses are weak. It's time for the House Democrats and the Democrats on this committee to stop making excuses and stop being weak and do our job. And that is to pass this resolution because it's about the American people. It's not about any one of us up here. And I'm not saying any of this for election reasons or anything else, because I'm not running for re-election, okay? I'm saying it because I'm a kid that grew up in America, realized the American dream, and I know what people are concerned about. They expect their government to work, and they want to know whether or not our president has our best interests at heart. When you look at gas prices and you look at everything that he's doing, you can't do this stuff on accident, okay? I'm just going to go there and say that. We need to know the truth. We should know the truth. The president shut everything down that quick. And I want to know what he's afraid of. Show us the documents. And if he's not going to, this committee, this Congress, should force him to do that. And that's what we should do. And I'm not going to thank the committee chair for this. I'm going to simply say, do your job.
Gentleman's time has expired. Representative Biggs, you are now recognized.
I thank the chair. I support House Resolution 1243, which requests President Biden produce information to the House regarding his family's international business arrangements. Now, behind me is an email from 2016 during the Obama-Biden administration between Hunter Biden and Miguel Alemán, the son of a Mexican billionaire and grandson of the former Mexican president. The email begins, quote, "We are arriving late tonight on Air Force 2 to Mexico City. We will be there for Thursday. I'm attending a meeting with President Nieto with Dad." The highlighted sections here are significant. Quote, "We have been talking about business deals and partnerships for 7 years. I've brought every single person you've ever asked me to bring to the effing White House and the Vice President's house and the inauguration. I've delivered on every single thing you've ever asked." In this email, Hunter Biden acknowledges his attendance at a meeting between Mexican President Nieto and then Vice President Biden. He discusses business deals and partnerships with a wealthy and politically connected Mexican family and references access provided to Mexican businessmen at the White House and the Vice President's residence, and states he had already delivered on every single thing you've ever asked. And we also have a picture of Vice President Biden, Hunter Biden, Miguel Alemán, his father, and Carlos Slim, one of the richest men in the world, in 2015 while Joe Biden was president. And this is what we're asked to believe, that then Vice President and current President Joe Biden has no idea what's going on in Hunter's businesses and whether Hunter might be compromised by America's adversaries across the world. Just a few months ago, I showed these images to Matthew Olson, who's the current Assistant AG for the Department of Justice's National Security Division. His division is responsible for administering FARA, which requires individuals representing foreign principals to register with DOJ, and I asked him about this. He refused to answer whether these images raised any concerns that Hunter Biden may have violated FARA. He also refused to comment on concerns raised by FBI whistleblowers who reported that the FBI had committed a widespread effort within the FBI to downplay or discredit negative information about Hunter Biden. Well, for years, members of Congress have also sought access to suspicious activity reports filed by banks to the Department of Treasury. And when it was revealed the Biden family had generated at least 150 of these reports, the policy of allowing congressional access to them was suddenly changed by this administration. Problems gotten so bad that House Financial Services Committee Chairwoman Maxine Waters authored legislation to reverse the Biden administration's policy change, and that passed the House earlier this year. President Biden told the American people that he never discussed his family's business abroad with them. Now, that was a lie. President Biden not only discussed his family's international business, he participated in it. His emails show it was a lie. We were told in 2020 that when Hunter Biden's laptop, which contains, as now been revealed, a massive treasure trove of evidence of Hunter Biden's international business deals, and also recently reported, as recently within the last 10 days, that a second laptop has been found. We were told that that was Russian disinformation by the same people who are sitting across the dais from us today, telling us that we should not even probe this. We should not even look for this. We should not even ask for this. The reality is, this was not Russian disinformation. Even the Washington Post and even the New York Times, nearly a year after that laptop being discovered, have admitted it and acknowledged the veracity of the information on those laptops. That gives us further impetus to go forward here, because as the ranking member has repeatedly said, we need to know what's going on, because a SARS report is something very serious, and it indicates potential compromising of the highest office in the land. The reversal of longstanding Treasury Department policy raises serious questions about the motives behind the change, and specifically whether that's being designed to protect Hunter Biden. We should get those and go forward, which is why I'm going to vote yes. And now, Madam Chair, I can either read every one of these, but I would like to submit for the record more than 100 articles, everything from the Washington Times to the UK Mail to the New York Times and the Washington Post, about the Hunter Biden story and everything related here. I'm happy to read the title off each and every one.
So ordered, without objection.
And you don't want me to read them? Okay. Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll yield back.
Representative Clyde, you are now recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. You know, first, let me comment on my Democratic colleague from Georgia's statement on his assertion that the Democrats had wins for the American people. Well, let me go through a few of those wins. 40-year high inflation, wide open borders, rampant crime, and soaring energy costs. These are the Democrat wins. These are the big Democrat wins, but they're not for the American people. They're for the Democrats. But I rise to speak in support of H-Res 1243. This resolution provides Congress with necessary information to review and address apparent conflicts of interest regarding President Joe Biden and members of his family. Without the ability to review documents held by the United States Treasury, such as suspicious activity reports, information which was previously routinely provided to Congress until the Biden administration, without the ability to review these documents, we cannot carry out proper congressional oversight. Hunter Biden's Chinese business deals are just one concern. In 2012, as Joe Biden and Barack Obama ran for re-election, Hunter and his longtime business partner, Devin Archer, now sentenced for fraudulent activities, reportedly entered talks with a Jonathan Lee, a Chinese national who ran Bohai Capital. The group founded private equity fund Bohai Harvest RST-BHR, and BHR is Biden, Hunter, Robert, on December the 16th, 2013, 11 days after Vice President Biden flew to Beijing to meet with President Xi Jinping. Hunter told The New Yorker he had explicitly requested to join Vice President Biden, his father, on the trip and arranged for Lee to meet his father. The New York Times reported that Hunter, Archer, and Christopher Heinz served on the board and controlled 30% of BHR. The rest of the company is owned or controlled by Chinese investors that include the Bank of China, according to records filed with Chinese regulators. In 2016, BHR, through funds that came entirely from Chinese state-backed companies, contributed over $1 billion to the buyout of Arizona-based Freeport-McMoRan for the purchase of a copper mine in the Democratic Republic of Congo, when my good friend Mr. Donalds talked about cobalt. Hunter Biden stood to gain millions on the deal. The firm also purchased a stake in China's contemporary Amperex technology company, the world's biggest maker of batteries for electric vehicles. Committee Republicans have already written to the Transportation Secretary about our concerns that due to the Biden administration's policies, American jobs are suffering. For example, Ford Motor Company recently announced that it will cut 8,000 more American jobs. As Republicans highlighted in our January letter to the National Archivist, the American people deserve answers on the extent of Hunter Biden's business dealings, both domestic and abroad, and whether, or really how much, then Vice President Joe Biden was aware of the extent to which his son was trading on President Biden's name or Vice President Biden's name. Thank you, and I yield back.
Back. We now recognize Representative Mace.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I rise in support of Ranking Member Comer's resolution, H.R. 1243, in this inquiry. Looking for corruption or pay to play or any of those things should be nonpartisan issues. And as someone who has worked with both sides of the aisle, I know that firsthand. Corruption is neither on one side or the other. It is on both, and we should willingly be investigating this. And if for no other reason, a most recent podcast that featured Mark Zuckerberg from August 25th on the Joe Rogan Experience, if for no other reason, his own admission that the FBI hid and told social media companies like Facebook, according to Mark Zuckerberg, to reduce the propensity or the availability of articles related to Hunter Biden's laptop on social media in days leading up to the 2020 election. For that reason alone, we should be opening this inquiry. You know, it's crazy to think that we're talking about the public interest and the public good. Well, subverting publicly available information is not for the public good. It's not in the public interest. I've heard today from my colleagues on the other side of the aisle talking about what President Biden has done for America, citing out the Inflation Reduction Act, for example, where economists on both sides of the aisle have stated that the Inflation Reduction Act isn't actually going to do anything for inflation. In fact, 0.25%, it would improve inflation in about 7 years. It is a ridiculous argument to say that really Build Back Better Light is an Inflation Reduction Act. It's not. I heard earlier today from my comments across the aisle talking about Roe v. Wade. Democrats, in fact, including President Biden, had the opportunity, and they talked about overturning Roe v. Wade in the early 80s out of Joe Biden's own mouth. And looking at the comments by former Justice Ruth Bader Ginsburg, also talking about the flaws of Roe v. Wade. Roe v. Wade is extreme. That is not where the rest of the country is. And in fact, under Obama's administration, the Democrats had an opportunity to codify Roe v. Wade and decided not to. So this hysteria over Roe v. Wade is completely manufactured. And you look at the rest of America, we're not putting our country first. And look at what's happened with our border. Over 4 million people have come across the border since in the last year and a half, since President Biden was sworn into office. And in fact, just last night, 2 kilograms of fentanyl was found in a police bust in the state of South Carolina. That amount of fentanyl could kill thousands of people. I heard comments from the left today about respecting those who serve, and that is important, but it's not respectful to the people of this country when we refuse to work together, even when we're investigating corruption, even when we're investigating something as just minute as, according to media reports, over 150 financial transactions that were flagged that were related to Hunter Biden and his associates. And for suspicious activity. And the last time I checked, suspicious activity means high-dollar transactions that are highly unusual, that it could indicate some possible criminal activity like money laundering or tax evasion. This level of suspicious activity, when you read through the 80,000 texts and email messages in that laptop, understanding that now, as Ranking Member Comer rightly pointed out, 2 people have confirmed the big guy was Joe Biden. We saw my colleague from Arizona showed the photo and the email leading up to some of what's happening in the White House when Biden was vice president and his son's business activity. These are things that we should be laser focused on. The American people want to see us work together and to investigate some of these issues. I mean, just the shady business deals alone, are all things that we should be investigating. But we know what happened. We know that mainstream media and big tech silenced the average American's availability to that information in the days leading up to an election. They labeled these stories as disinformation. They labeled these stories as crackpot conservative conspiracy theories. They labeled these stories as Russian propaganda, and now we're only now learning that now some mainstream media is starting to write lengthy dossiers and reports on how it was all true. And now Democrats and the left are scratching their heads as to why the American people are demanding more information, because the American people have been lied to. They've been misled intentionally by big tech and by the mainstream media. So my Republican colleagues and we promise we'll get to the bottom of these answers regardless of our colleagues, whether they decide to help us or not on the other side of the aisle. Thank you, Madam Chair, and I yield back.
Has expired. I now recognize Representative Jordan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to set the record straight. Earlier, our colleague from Virginia said Republicans have manufactured investigations. So again, I want to set the record straight. Lois Lerner targeted conservatives. That's not Ranking Member Comer saying that. That's not Jim Jordan saying that. That's not Republicans saying that. That was the Inspector General at the Treasury Department saying that. The Democrats, specifically Hillary Clinton, tried to misinform, mislead the American people about the tragedy that happened in Benghazi. Here's what she said just days after that tragedy. Some have sought to justify this vicious behavior as a response to inflammatory material on the internet. She tried to blame it on a video. John Koskinen, who came in to, quote, fix up the IRS, he actually destroyed backup tapes that were under a preservation order. Republicans haven't manufactured anything. Democrats certainly have when it comes to President Trump. Democrats targeted President Trump. They lied to the FISA court. They altered evidence in front of the FISA court. Again, not Ranking Member Comer doing that, saying that. This was the Inspector General at the Justice Department, Mr. Horowitz. They did all that. We know they did it all to do what? To spy on President Trump's campaign. The Washington Post wrote about this, that the FBI had someone posing as somebody else bump into Papadopoulos in Europe. You know what they call that? When someone pretends to be somebody else and they're being paid by the FBI to bump into someone associated with this campaign. You know what they call that? Spying. That's what they did. And this all led to Jim Comey leaking the memos to create momentum to get the special counsel, which they got, Robert Mueller, 2 years, 19 lawyers, 40 FBI agents, $30 million later. What did they find? Not a darn thing. And he says Republicans manufacture things. They manufacture, they're still doing it. 7 years they've been going after President Trump. We just want to do the legitimate investigations, and this is certainly one. How do we know? Because last spring, the Washington Post did 2 articles, March 20th, 30th, this spring, 2 articles, 8-page articles, 4 minutes apart, talking about the Hunter Biden laptop as being real and his connections with Chinese companies. This is as real as it gets. So I guess the real question is, what are the Democrats afraid of? We're just asking for information. We're not asking for anything. Just give us the facts. We want to know the communicate. We want the information. That's all we're asking for. And it's kind of important when you think about what happened in 2020. What happened in 2020? 51 former Intel agents misled the country when they signed the letter saying the Hunter Biden laptop was Russian disinformation. No, it wasn't. The Washington Post told us so March 30th of this year. Oh, and what else happened? The FBI went to Facebook and said, hey, you might want to be on the lookout for Russian disinformation. Wink, wink. Don't talk about this story. And what else happened? Maybe the most important thing. We had whistleblowers go to Senator Grassley and say that FBI agents, specifically Timothy Thibault, suppressed evidence about the Hunter Biden family operation just days and weeks before the most important election we have, a presidential election. And so what we have in front of the committee today is simply, let's just get the information. After the American people were lied to prior to the 2020 election about this story, why not let them have the truth now? It's 2 years too late to have an impact on the most important election we have in our nation. 2 years too late, but at least we should get it. And Democrats say, no, no, no. Let's just say that Republicans do things that are manufactured investigations when in fact they're not, because the Inspector General at Treasury, the Inspector General at Justice have all said they were legitimate investigations where they did wrong things. We're simply asking for information. And you guys know we can't do it. We can't do it. We're not going to do it. We're going to defend Joe Biden no matter what, even though all the evidence is there, even though the Washington Post, your favorite newspaper, said so this past spring. This is a good resolution. We should do it. I can't believe the Democrats are opposing it. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The gentlelady from the great state of Florida, Debbie Wasserman Schultz, is now recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I mean, what a lot of bunk. My Republican colleagues are trying to use the investigation of Hunter Biden to hurt President Biden and promote former President Donald Trump. That much is very clear. They have not come up with any evidence of wrongdoing by former President Biden, despite investigating this issue for 2 years. Yet Republicans have turned a blind eye to former President Trump's violation of the Presidential Records Act and ongoing national security implications. President Trump, let's be very clear, took government records from the White House, including some of our nation's most sensitive secrets, and then stored them unsecured at his country club. This is an ongoing national security threat. We still don't know if all the classified material has even been recovered. The chairwoman has asked the National Archives to review the potentially outstanding records and seek President Trump's personal certification that he has returned all documents. Yet Republicans have been silent on the threat posed by the storage of our nation's most closely guarded secrets in the Mar-a-Lago club, even after news reports indicated that one Russian-speaking guest is under investigation for using a fake identity to gain access to Donald Trump's inner circle. Instead, my Republican colleagues are attacking law enforcement officials for executing the court-authorized search warrant to recover those classified documents. That is absurd. If my Republican colleagues were as concerned with protecting our national security as they claim to be, they would support the committee's investigation of former President Trump's theft of government records. Meanwhile, the American people will see today's effort for what this is, a partisan exercise intended to get coverage on Fox News and to distract from the actual national security risk posed by Donald Trump and aided and abetted by Republicans in Congress. I urge my colleagues to oppose the resolution. I yield back the balance
Will
of my
the lady
time.
yield to your time?
I will be happy to yield.
Okay. Thank you, and thank you for yielding. Respectfully, if my Republican colleagues want to talk about hypocrisy, they should look no further than their party's full embrace of Donald Trump. Mr. Trump had thousands of conflicts of interest, which the gentlelady mentioned some of them, but this is a report that documents over 3,400 conflicts of interest. He promised a firewall between his business and his presidency, but he broke that promise and accumulated 3,400 conflicts of interest so far. The conflicts include visits to Trump properties by foreign government officials, taxpayer spending at Trump businesses, and Trump's own blatant promotion of his businesses. And this goes into great detail. I ask unanimous consent to place it in the record. So done. I would say that President Biden and the Democrats are clear on our priorities, and we are delivering results for the American people. The lowering of cost of prescription drugs will help every American family. The Inflation Reduction Plan also capped the cost of insulin at $35 a month, saving lives, lowered the cost of health care, and combated climate change, investing in renewable clean energy, and moving our country to electric cars, postal fleet that'll get us off of fossil fuels, one of the biggest polluting items in our climate. And tackling gun violence, particularly important to my city of New York. We passed the first gun violence protection, cracking down and making the trafficking in guns a felony. And we also, let's talk about a woman's right to choose, protecting women's reproductive rights. I would say there's no democracy if women can't make decisions about their own health care. Yet the Republicans want to come in, they must hate women. They not only want to take away a woman's right to make decisions about her own health care, including her own reproductive health care, they want to take the steps to ban access to birth control. It's been reported. Then they want to make, they first talk about state rights, now they want to make a federal law limiting women's ability to make choices about their own health care. This is hypocrisy at the greatest heights, and I would take the Democrats' priorities are helping American people, and they are led by our President Joe Biden. My time has expired, and I now Representative Sessions has joined us. I now recognize Representative Sessions.
Chairwoman, thank you very much.
I think the time is not, yeah, Madam Chair, you want?
The time has expired. Mr. Sessions, Mrs. Harrell, who do you want to join for me? Okay.
I'm sorry, Madam Chairman, I thought you...
I am hearing from the ranking member who I should be recognizing.
Yes, ma'am.
And we are recognizing you.
Chairwoman, thank you very much. Chairwoman, we've had an opportunity today, and we thank you for bringing up hearings that we can express our opinions. We've heard them on gun violence. We've heard them on electric vehicles. We've heard them about a lot of these things. But let me see if I can click down these just one at a time. We've already heard about now for 4 years or more about Donald Trump. This House went through extensive hearings to try and impeach the president, impugn the president, badger the president. We simply think that's fine if you choose to do that, but a Hunter Biden story we hear nothing about from official law enforcement. And I think I've seen these kinds of things before. I don't try and do this often, but my father, when he was FBI director, got the boot because he chose not politically to get engaged in political things. President Clinton saw it differently. We get that. Avoiding the appearances of politicalization by the FBI is critical, not just to the FBI, it's important to the American people to have confidence. I have confidence in law enforcement. I want to have confidence, however, that they can take on an investigation that deals with China and is inside the White House appropriately and properly. Silence. Secondly, we've heard about how great electric vehicles are. We already know that California is 25 years ahead of everybody else. California literally is shutting down the use of electric vehicles and people who live in California because they have gone green. And we are seeing how this is a disaster and would be a disaster for the rest of the country, because you see electric vehicles get their energy off the grid, which competes against homes and business and economic growth. It's not as though everything is green. We need all of the above, and that's what these hearings have been able to develop. Gun violence. We've probably had 4 or 5 separate hearings on gun violence. What you really want is gun registration and gun control. Meanwhile, the people who are held hostage, we see it every day in your hometown of New York City. We saw it on a regular basis in Chicago. Criminals run wild because people live in a city, in a state with gun control where they can't even protect themselves. They become victims by criminals who take advantage of opportunities that they see because a person can't protect themselves. They know they have to show up in public without the ability to protect themselves. Madam Chairman, what we're trying to say here is that we believe, as we defend the positions that we hold, there are equal sides. There's no one controls the balance of what's right or wrong, but we're trying to aim for a balance, and that is based upon rule of law, Constitution, and the ability for people to see that a balance, whether it's on Hunter Biden and Donald Trump, a balance on electric vehicles, a balance on what you call gun violence. But what happens is that every single time the majority party, the Democratic Party, who holds all 3, the House, the Senate, and the presidency, hold all 3 of these key decision-making points, attacks us as Republicans for bringing back what we believe is balance. So I think today is about also our ability, and we respect you and appreciate you for allowing us to talk about a balance that would be involved in policy that would be good for people to protect themselves, to have their opportunity to buy the vehicle of their own choice, and to be able to not be in a brown-out zone because of some wacko left-wing policy. And secondly, that Hunter Biden deserves his right to have a day in court, but that needs to take place.
The gentleman's time has expired.
I thank the gentlewoman.
The gentleman's time has expired. I now Representative Brown, you are now recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. My Republican colleagues have made numerous unfounded claims that the Biden administration has politicized the DOJ or restricted access to whistleblowers to protect Hunter Biden. So let me set the record straight. When President Biden took office, he kept several DOJ prosecutors from the Trump administration to oversee sensitive investigations, including a reported probe related to Hunter Biden's personal taxes. That is how an independent Department of Justice is supposed to work, free from political interference. In contrast, President Trump routinely abused his power over the Department of Justice. This committee uncovered evidence of how President Trump attempted to corrupt senior leadership at the DOJ to overturn the 2020 election results, telling them, and I quote, "Just say that the election was corrupt and leave the rest to me and the Republican congressman." Now, reports have emerged that the Trump administration fired the U.S. Attorney for Southern District of New York when the prosecutor failed to indict Trump's political enemies, including John Kerry. That U.S. attorney has described President Trump's effort to interfere with his office's work as, quote, "improper and outrageous." That U.S. attorney is on record for saying that. And it is the height of irony to accuse this administration of interfering at the Department of Justice. So I urge my Republican colleagues to stop peddling these false equivalences and know that I will be opposing this resolution. And with that, Madam Chairwoman, I yield back.
The gentlelady yields back.
Madam Chair, I
Representative
have a point
Fallon,
of
you are
order.
now
I have a
recognized.
point of order.
The gentleman's recognized.
Just a few minutes ago, we had a couple of our fellow citizens come in to watch the hearing and were escorted out by staff. And it would appear, just looking at the arrangement of the chairs, that we're still operating under some pandemic rules. And as was announced on TV on Sunday, the pandemic is over. I think it's about time that in our next hearing and hearings going forward that we once again arrange the seating and allow our fellow citizens back into these hearings.
Well, thank you, and we'll take it under advisement.
Thank you.
Representative Fallon, you are now recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. You know, it's interesting when I was here earlier to hear some of our colleagues talk about, I got to ask questions like, what do bridges and abortion have to do with whether or not Hunter Biden is corrupt? And the Biden family and the Trump family, you know, we're trying to determine if the president's son is a national security risk, if the president himself is corrupt. And all we hear from the other side of the aisle is Trump, 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 Trump. We're not talking about Donald Trump. We're not talking about his family. We need right now, the current president of the United States is Joe Biden. Is he corrupt or is he not? And what we do need to avoid is this obfuscation and this dodging and this counter accusations. And this is not a distraction. This is a necessity, because what we're after here is the truth. We need to discover the truth so then justice can be served. So what do we know? Fact. The President of the United States' son has made millions of dollars on international business dealings. I haven't heard anybody dispute that. And in fields like, you know, natural gas, other energy, cobalt, prior to his father's ascension to the vice presidency, he had no experience in these fields. And he had really no international business credentials to speak of. So the big difference, if you want to bring in the Trump family, is the Trump family made all their money before they ever ran for public office. Before. Joe Biden has been in office since 1973, and suddenly they're wealthy after he serves. I think that's an interesting point that we can't ignore. So this has, if he had really no success in business and his dad becomes vice president, it has all the ingredients of corruption and paying to play and influence peddling. But we don't know for sure, but all indications are that that's the case. In 2019, for the record, Joe Biden said he had never spoken to his son about his overseas business dealings. Now, what he didn't say is, well, there's nothing untoward that went on, or I just had a little chit-chat or what have you with his associates. No, he said he had never discussed this with his son. I have two sons. I find that to be very difficult to believe. So what Joe Biden is claiming is he's here, there's a firewall between him and his son Hunter. A firewall. But what we do know is that two of Hunter's Mexican business associates, Miguel Velasco and Miguel Magnani, visited the White House on February 26, 2014, according to the Obama White House visitors logs. And then Joe Biden was later photographed with Hunter, giving Velasco and Magnani a tour of the White House Brady press briefing room. We also have emails which were reviewed by the media. A year later showed that Hunter arranged a video conference call with his father and Carlos Slim, the Mexican billionaire. Also, not to be undone here, Joe Biden he also attended a dinner with Hunter Biden's business associates from the Ukraine, Kazakhstan, and Russia at Cafe Milano here in Washington, D.C. in April of 2015. So what we have here, we've known that he has met with 14 of Hunter's business associates. And then throw on top of that a suspicious activities reports from the Biden family generated by objective folks that need to report these things. 150 suspicious activity reports, not a handful, not a dozen, not single digits, 150. And to sit there and say that this is not something that's worthy of a resolution of inquiry is absurd on its face. I fully support HRES 1243 because this is about getting to truth and administering justice. Thank you, Madam Chair. Or can I yield the balance of my time to Representative Heiss?
Thank you. I appreciate the gentleman for yielding. And Madam Chair, I've got a few articles that I would like to have submitted to the record, the two that Mr. Jordan referenced from the Washington Post a little earlier, and one from Ranking Member Comer. In particular, one sentence that I would like to read from that particular article. It's a New York Times article. It says, Hunter Biden has a long history of seeking employment or profit in areas that overlapped his father's public duties and doing business with questionable partners around the world, including in Ukraine. This is New York Times. This is what we're dealing with. First of all, if I may have these submitted.
So ordered.
Thank you very much. Here we have even the Times admitting what's taking place, what this hearing is about.
The gentleman's time has expired. The question now occurs on the amendment in nature of a substitute to HRES 1243. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no.
No.
In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the amendment in the nature of a substitute is agreed to. The question now occurs on unfavorably reporting HRES 1243 as amended. If you share my opposition to this resolution, you should vote aye. All those in favor of unfavorably reporting the resolution, say aye. Aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, say no.
No.
In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it.
Ask for recorded vote.
A recorded vote has been requested. A recorded vote is so ordered and pursuant to Clause 2 of Rule 11 and Committee Rule 5B. Proceedings on the amendment are postponed. Pursuant to a notice, I now call of H.R. 8861, the District of Columbia Home Rule Expansion Act. The clerk will report the bill, which was distributed in advance.
H.R. 8861 to provide for expanded home rule for the residents of the District of Columbia and for other purposes.
Without objection, the bill is considered read and open to amendment and any report. The chair recognizes herself to offer an amendment in the nature of a substitute, copies of which have been distributed electronically to all members in advance. The clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 8861 offered by Ms. Maloney of New York.
Without objection, the amendment is considered read and would serve as a base text for purposes of amendment. I now recognize the sponsor of the legislation, Ms. Norton, myself, to explain the bill. I want to thank Chair Maloney for marking up my District of Columbia Home Rule Expansion Act of 2022, which would expand the D.C.'s authority to govern purely local matters. Specifically, this bill would give D.C. the authority to prosecute all D.C. crimes, giving D.C. the authority to grant clemency for D.C. crimes and eliminate the congressional review period for DC legislation. DC should and will be a state. However, until Congress grants DC statehood, there is no constitutional or policy reason Congress should not pass this bill. States are not the only entities that have the three authorities this bill would give DC. The territories, such as Guam and Puerto Rico, have these authorities too. Under the Constitution, Congress has plenary authority over both DC and the territories. Congress has chosen not to require a congressional review period for territorial legislation and has chosen to give territories the authority to prosecute and grant clemency to all crimes under their respective laws. Congress can choose to give DC these authorities too. First, this bill would give DC the authority to prosecute all DC crimes. While Congress has given DC authority to enact criminal laws, it has only given DC the authority to prosecute some DC crimes. Congress should give DC the authority to prosecute all DC crimes. Currently, the U.S. Attorney for the District of Columbia has the authority to prosecute most DC crimes committed by adults and some by juveniles, and the DC Attorney General has the authority to prosecute most DC crimes committed by juveniles and some by adults. This bill would not only make the person with the authority to prosecute all DC crimes accountable to DC residents, it would save the federal government tens of millions of dollars annually by reducing the number of individuals working in the DC Attorney's Office for the District of Columbia. Second, this bill would give DC the authority to grant clemency for all DC crimes, as Congress previously has done. Currently, the President exercises the authority to grant clemency for DC crimes, though almost never does. DC residents deserve a say in whether their fellow residents deserve mercy. Finally, this bill would eliminate the congressional review period for DC legislation. DC legislation takes effect after a congressional review period unless a joint resolution of disapproval is enacted into law during the period. The congressional review period imposes significant costs on both DC and Congress, but only 3 disapproval resolutions have been enacted since passage of the DC Home Rule Act in 1973, and none since 1991, more than 30 years ago. Yet, the DC Council has to use a Kafkaesque legislative process to comply with the review process, often having to pass the same bill in 3 different forms: emergency, temporary, and permanent, using different legislative procedures for each form. Even without the review period, Congress would retain its congressional authority to legislate on any DC matter at any time. I would like to close by noting that there are some Republicans in Congress who have recently called for repealing the Home Rule Act and returning to the days when Congress was DC's sole legislature. This will not happen on my watch. I urge my colleagues to support this bill, and I yield back my time. And I now grant 5 minutes to Mr. Heiss.
Thank the Chairwoman. I'm opposed to the District of Columbia Home Rule Expansion Act. This bill further erodes Congress's role in overseeing the federal district. And the truth is, the district needs oversight. When Congress ignores this important responsibility, the district itself suffers. We've already seen the consequences when Congress fails to supervise the DC government. Things like they lock down the district, They closed school for months on end. They forced mandates on citizens. Businesses were forced to close. Crime goes up, and it continues to go up. Unfortunately, this bill removes congressional review procedures of legislation put forward by the D.C. government. This bill also gives the D.C. government even more authority to enact a far-left agenda with no congressional oversight. Citizens who live and work in the district are already suffering from growing crime, but this bill would allow the D.C. government to push even more soft-on-crime policies, all of which we know don't work. Just look at New York City, Chicago, San Francisco, and a host of other examples. This bill would transfer the authority to prosecute D.C. crimes from the U.S. Attorney Office for the District of Columbia, which is overseen by the Department of Justice. It would transfer that to a new local prosecution office created and overseen by the local D.C. government. To be clear, this new office would be completely unaccountable to the interests of the federal government, our nation's capital. At a time of rising violent crime in the district, we should not be further eroding the rule of law in D.C. And as if the bill itself were not bad enough, H.R. 8861 would give the local D.C. government the ability to unilaterally grant clemency for criminals convicted of D.C. crimes. So because this bill is a complete abdication of congressional authority over the district, and because it would only enable far left-wing policies to further take hold, I strongly urge my colleagues to oppose this bill, and I yield back.
I grant 5 minutes to Mr. Raskin of Maryland.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to start by saying that I am a supporter of statehood for the people of Washington, D.C. We have admitted 37 states since the original 13 entered into a union. This is the way that populations of American citizens achieve real political equality and freedom and self-determination under our Constitution. The House of Representatives has now twice passed the D.C. statehood legislation, which you introduced, Madam Chair. And I view that as a matter of fundamental political morality and democratic self-respect that we would extend to our fellow American citizens, a population of 713,000 tax-paying, draftable American citizens, the same rights that everyone else has. In the meantime, because we know that the Senate has failed to act twice now on the D.C. statehood legislation, we should go ahead and pass the District of Columbia Home Rule Expansion Act of 2022. The Constitution in Article 1, Section 8, Clause 17 says that Congress shall exercise exclusive legislation over the district that is to become the seat of government, and that broad plenary grant of authority to Congress to govern the existing federal district includes the power to delegate to local government authority over day-to-day affairs. And as Ms. Norton has argued very compellingly, every provision in this legislation will improve the efficiency and dispatch with which the people of the District of Columbia can govern themselves under the home rule government. So I think this is the absolute least that we can do at this point as the people of Washington, D.C. wait to be admitted as a state. I should say that the 713,000 people who live in Washington have a real political grievance, not an imaginary one like the Proud Boys and the Oath Keepers and Donald Trump's mob had, and yet the people of Washington have not attacked our police officers, hitting them over the head with American flags and spearing them with Confederate battle flags. They've not smashed the windows of the Capitol, stormed the Capitol building, driven the Vice President and the members of the House and the Senate out of their chambers. They've gone about this the right way. They convened a state constitutional convention, they wrote a constitution, and they have submitted it to Congress, and we should move seriously to vindicate their rights as citizens of the country. But in the meantime, Madam Chair, I like very much this legislation that Ms. Norton has introduced, the D.C. Home Rule Expansion Act of 2022, and the people of Washington should be given maximum authority not to have interference by Congress, by other people's representatives in their local affairs. The people of Washington sent a lot of police officers to defend us on that day against the brutal, bloody attack of the Proud Boys, the Oath Keepers, the Three Percenters, the Aryan Nations, the militia groups, the QAnon networks, all of the opponents of our Constitution assembled by Donald Trump on that day in his determined effort to overthrow the 2020 presidential election. And the people of Washington stood by us. Now the question is, will we stand by the people of Washington in their effort to secure statehood and to exercise the democratic rights that all American citizens should be able to exercise under the equal protection and due process clauses of the Constitution? And with that, I'll yield back to you, Madam Chair.
The gentleman yields back. Mr. Clyde, you are now recognized, and I will note that there are votes on the floor at this time.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I strongly oppose Delegate Norton's D.C. Home Rule Expansion Act. Our great nation's founding fathers intentionally included language in our Constitution. And in case any of my colleagues on the other side of the aisle have forgotten, this is the ruling document of our republic. They included language in the Constitution to enable Congress, this body, to govern the District of Columbia. Article 1, Section 8, Clause 17 of the Constitution states, and I quote, "The Congress shall have power to exercise exclusive legislation in all cases whatsoever over such district not exceeding 10 miles square as may by cession of particular states and the acceptance of Congress become the seat of the United States government." Since its enactment in 1973, the D.C. Home Rule Act has been used to justify radical leftists' initiatives, squander billions of dollars of taxpayer money, and to blatantly contradict the United States Constitution. For example, D.C.'s failed leadership has severely limited individuals' unalienable constitutional right to keep and bear arms. Hence, the city has seen increased crime, specifically violent crime. Mr. Heller, in the Heller decision of 2008, he had to go to court to have D.C.'s unconstitutional laws overturned, and Mr. Heller has had to go back multiple times to D.C. to fix the issues. Additionally, D.C. Mayor Bowser is forcing school children ages 12 and up to receive a barely tested COVID-19 vaccine in order to attend school. You know, we really don't know the full extent of the risks to these children. Vaccines are normally tested for a minimum of 5 to 10 years. And we don't have near that kind of data. And the D.C. government is forcing it on our children. That is unconscionable. Preventing students from receiving an education unless they receive the jab not only blatantly ignores parental rights, but it also surely won't improve D.C. students' high school graduation rate, which is currently much lower than the national average. Simply put, well, let me give you another example. Look no further than Mayor Bowser's use of draconian mandates to shut down a veteran-owned restaurant, Big Board, over unscientific and illogical rules, cementing that her obvious thirst for power and control over the daily lives of D.C. residents knows absolutely no bounds. Simply put, D.C. Home Rule is nothing more than a failed experiment that has subjected the American people's capital to nearly 50 years of terror and failed leadership. Yet the left's solution to the mounting issues plaguing our capital city, such as skyrocketing crime, out-of-control homelessness, widespread open hard drug use, unreliable transportation, and medical tyranny, is to radically expand D.C. Home Rule and abolish any congressional role in supervising the affairs of the federal district. This is exactly opposite to what we should be doing right now. We should actually be limiting and repealing D.C. Home Rule in order to govern as our founders had intended. Furthermore, this bill not only transfers prosecution power for D.C. code crimes to a new locally controlled prosecution office from the U.S. Attorney's Office for the District of Columbia, but it would also permit D.C. officials to exercise clemency powers for anyone convicted under D.C. law of even violent crimes. Soft on crime policies like these have failed in liberal cities. They have failed in New York City, they have failed in Los Angeles, they have failed in San Francisco, and if enacted, they will fail in the District of Columbia, and crime will get even worse. The D.C. government is barely able to maintain order in the city as it is. Can you imagine how much worse things could be if they were given total control over the affairs of the federal district? The city of Washington, D.C., as the United States capital, belongs to all Americans, not just the people who live here. That's why the Constitution is very clear on the issue.
Would the gentleman yield for a question?
And I yield my time back.
Yields back. Representative Cloud, you're now recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll make this quick because I know votes have been called. The Constitution, as Mr. Clyde has so pointed out, gives us the authority to govern Washington, D.C. And it's because Washington, D.C. isn't just a city, it is we the people's capital city. Right. And over the last couple of years, we've seen this mayor, aside from just not doing a good job leading the city, use emergency powers to limit access of the American people to their capital city. This is a very big danger to what this city is supposed to be all about. Now, some time ago, Congress enacted home rule. I think they decided that it wasn't really Congress's job to keep up with street sweeping and trash pickup and those sorts of things, but that's not what we see coming out of the Washington, D.C. leadership at the time. We've seen a perversion of justice at the D.C. jails. We've seen the denial of parental rights when it comes to knowing about what's happening with their kids and vaccination of schools. We've seen draconian policies placed on kids attending schools. We've seen Second Amendment rights obfuscated. We've seen soft on crime policies being implemented in this proposal. And it's sad because I remember coming here as a kid, and I remember bringing my kids here for the first time. And I can just tell you, just looking at how the city is managed on the basic things of trash pickup and streets cleaning and all those sorts of things, there's not a good job being done. And this city on a hill that it's supposed to be for our nation, for the world, it's really sad to see what's happening. And so the last thing we need to do is to expand home rule. If anything, we need to make sure that we're taking back any sort of emergency powers that this mayor has to limit access of the people to their capital city. So I will oppose this. Thank you, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. I recognize myself. I want to state my strong support for this legislation to further empower the District of Columbia to govern its own local affairs and to really applaud the leadership of Eleanor Holmes Norton on this issue. I believe our first conversation when I came to Congress years ago was about supporting D.C. statehood, and I hope we accomplish it soon. Self-determination is one of the hallmarks of our democracy, yet D.C. residents are all too often denied this right, as Congress has prevented D.C.'s elected officials from managing the district's operations without interference. The District of Columbia's Home Rule Expansion Act would be a step in the right direction towards providing D.C. greater control of its government functions until such time as D.C. finally wins statehood, which has been denied for far too long. Critically, this bill would eliminate the congressional review period for D.C. legislation, ensuring that the laws passed by the elected representatives of D.C.'s residents cannot be delayed or eliminated by Congress. There is absolutely no reason that members of Congress who represent other states should be making local policy decisions for D.C. This bill would also give D.C. authority to enforce its own criminal laws, a critical step towards enabling D.C. residents to have a say in how their laws are enforced. I would like to thank Congresswoman Norton for introducing this legislation and for her continued efforts to further empower the residents she represents, the people of D.C., to embrace self-determination and local control of their government. I urge my colleagues on both sides of the aisle to support this important legislation. I yield back, and I now call on Representative Gotham Grossman.
Sure. Just a brief comment on the current situation in Washington, D.C. About 18 years ago, I went to Taipei, Taiwan, which would be, if I think it were an American city, would be the either second or third largest city in America. It's bigger than Chicago. And we had a tour guide, and we wanted to go out one night, and me and another guy, we asked the tour guide, is there any place we shouldn't go? This is in a city bigger than Chicago. And he said, no, there's nowhere you shouldn't go. Everywhere in Taipei is safe. And I kind of remembered that, and I was kind of ashamed to be an American at that time, because I knew if my friend from Taiwan had come to Washington, D.C., I would not even remotely be able to say you can go anywhere you want in Washington, D.C. at night. This year it's going to be close, nip and tuck, whether Washington, D.C. gets to 200 murders or not, which is really an embarrassment to the United States. I know countries you wouldn't want to emulate, like China or Russia. They like to talk about how embarrassing Washington, D.C. is in our high crime rate. Their schools, of course, are also an embarrassment. They're either the first or second highest spending schools in the country, and I think they're second worst in test scores. I really feel that the last thing we need is more self-rule in Washington. I think our forefathers got it right. They realized that the District of Columbia would always have an unusual electorate, perhaps because it would be dominated by the government, I don't know. But for whatever reason, be it the massive murder rate or the pathetic test scores in their schools despite the high spending, the last thing we should do as we look out for the reputation for America around the world is give the elected officials in the District of Columbia more say-so, more freedom. Thanks.
Yields back. Mr. Biggs is now called upon.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Appreciate that. I oppose this piece of legislation. I associate myself with comments that have been made by my colleagues on this side of the aisle. But I also wanted to just, in the middle of the night last night, happened to read something by historian Victor Davis Hanson, which I think kind of reminds me of this debate that we've been having, both the previous debate and this one to some extent. And he asked some pretty poignant questions about equal treatment under the law. And so I thought I would share a few of those. If you nullify federal law and refuse to hand over a detained illegal alien to federal immigration agents, are you more or less likely to be prosecuted than someone who likewise deliberately seeks to nullify federal law by bulldozing on his property a nest of federally protected squirrels? Well, we know the answer to that. What tradition of Western jurisprudence allows violent criminals in America's largest cities to be released upon booking? What law states they are instantly free to commit more crimes without worry of incarceration or punishment, while those accused of illegally parading sit in jail for almost 2 years now without having a trial? As far as, and this is a quote, as far as that reprehensible buffoonish January 6th riot, compare the treatment accorded to those hundreds, many guilty of, quote, illegally parading or demonstrating in the Capitol, with some 14,000 who were arrested in 120 days of rioting, looting, arson, assault, and murder during the spring and summer riots of 2020. Did the FBI spend over a year tracking down the names of those known from videos who torched federal buildings, murdered those in the streets, sought to storm the White House grounds, and set up no-go zones in downtowns? And I will add to that, did they have the biggest manhunt in history to track down those more than 14,000 rioters that they could identify? To incite the January 6th riot was prosecuted as a crime, but Kamala Harris, who was soon to be a vice presidential candidate in the summer of 2020, could incite with impunity. Even more, she helped to raise bail for violent offenders during those riots instead of the summer-long protests shortly after the violent attempt to storm the White House grounds by those protesters in the summer of 2020. This is what she said, quote,
But they're not going to stop. They're not going to stop, and this is a movement, I'm telling you. They're not going to stop, and everyone beware, because they're not going to stop. That's that usual thing that she gets going on, that circular talk. But then she continued on. They're not going to stop before Election Day in November, and they're not going to stop after Election Day. Everyone should take note of that on both levels, that they're not going to let it up. Not going to let up. And they should not. And we should not, close quote. So, what do those who had recently torched the historic St. John's Episcopal Church take away from Harris's adolescent greenlighting? After all, Harris essentially promised continued protests, which she knew had so often turned terribly violent and descended into death and destruction. Were her insurrectionary calls a crime? Or at least worthy of a cell phone grab? Leg iron? Squad of FBI vehicles swarming her car? You want to know why people look at us today and they say, there's a two-tier justice system. There's probably not even two tiers, multiple tiers. This is kind of what you get. This is kind of what you get. So, having read that in the middle of the night, I thought, well, that's pretty good, but maybe it's just because I'm tired. Then I read it again this morning, then I read it again later. And I said, you know what? I should submit that into the record, because it gets at the heart of what goes on in this committee and so much of Congress today. This dichotomous, this very divergent view of life. And I have a good friend on the other side, and we've worked on other issues together, Mr. Khanna, and I get his impassioned plea this morning. I thought it was impassioned and heartfelt. I trust his motivations clearly. But I also felt, as one who's been ostracized by people who ought to come, ought to discuss, ought to debate cogently, logically, I thought, you know what? I've watched too much of this over the last 7 years. I'll yield back.
The gentleman yields back. You may submit it to the record without objection. And votes have been called. We will recess until 10 minutes after the last vote is called. The committee stands in recess. Thank you. Okay, great. don't have to go into. The committee will come to order. For what purpose does Mr. Clyde seek recognition?
Madam Chair, I have an amendment at the desk,
The clerk will report the amendment.
and it is the sense of Congress on exclusive authority over the seat of government.
Without objection, the reading of the amendment?
No, let the clerk report it.
Okay.
Amendment offered by Mr. Clyde of Georgia to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 8861.
Without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with. The gentleman is recognized to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I rise today in support of my amendment to H.R. 8661. It's my amendment number 1. This amendment strikes the entire bill and instead inserts the text of the great founding document, the United States Constitution. Under Article 1, Section 8 and Clause 17 of the Constitution, it explicitly states that Congress shall exercise exclusive legislation in all cases whatsoever over the District of Columbia. Delegate Norton's bill further erodes this proper constitutional authority and takes away accountability for the D.C. government. For this legislation to eliminate the the congressional review period just shows the extent to which the proponents of this legislation have a lust for power and want to modify the Constitution without a 3/4 majority vote of the states. I strongly urge my colleagues to support the United States Constitution and to support my amendment. And
Who
I
else
yield back.
seeks recognition?
I'll speak.
Mr. Comer is now recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I support this amendment, which strikes the bill in its entirety and adds a sense of Congress clarifying that the founders gave Congress explicit powers under Article 1 of the Constitution. One of those is the power to exercise exclusive legislation in all cases whatsoever over such district. The founders knew how important good oversight over the District of Columbia would be. All 3 branches of the government call the District of Columbia home. The Supreme Court sits here, the President lives here, and Congress convenes here. Congress cannot forget its role overseeing the affairs of the federal district. Unfortunately, the majority has failed to provide such adequate oversight of the District of Columbia as the founders had hoped, even voting on unconstitutional legislation that attempts to make Washington, D.C. a state. Because I support a robust role for Congress in overseeing the affairs of the federal district, which is so essential to the continued functioning of our federal government, I strongly support the Clyde Amendment. And I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. I recognize myself. This substitute amendment seeks to gut this important bill to simply and unnecessarily restate the Constitution. Congress has plenary authority over D.C., which means Congress also has the authority to delegate legislative authority over local D.C. matters to a local D.C. government. Congress has done so in various forms since 1802. The framers clearly expected D.C. to have a local government, as James Madison said in Federalist 43 about the residents of the future D.C., quote, "A municipal legislature for local purposes derived from their own suffrages will of course be allowed them," end quote. The Supreme Court has ruled on the constitutionality of Congress delegating legislative authority to D.C. In 1953, in the District of Columbia versus John R. Thompson Company, the Supreme Court held, and I quote, "There is no constitutional barrier to the delegation by Congress to the District of Columbia of full legislative powers, subject, of course, to constitutional limitations to which all lawmaking is subservient," end quote. Congress has chosen to deny the 3 self-government authorities in this bill to the nearly 700,000 Americans who reside in D.C. and pay federal taxes without equal representation. It's time for that to change, and I urge my colleagues to reject this amendment. Who else seeks recognition? Mr. Conley.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. I want to join you in your remarks about what is and is not constitutionally allowable. I mean, the gentleman offering this amendment cites the fact that the Constitution grants Congress control over the District of Columbia. Well, of course, that is true. And the seat of government at that time was, remember, the Constitution was written before the District of Columbia was even created or designated as the capital of the United States. So they had no idea that there was going to be this thriving metropolitan community of 700,000 people. They envisioned, I think, sort of a seasonal seat of government that wouldn't have many people in it. And I would also point out that the Constitution gives Congress the power to create new states, and that we've exercised that power in myriad ways. For example, West Virginia didn't come into the Union as a normal territory in the state. It came into the Union in the middle of the Civil War, where Congress decided to carve out the western part of my home state, Virginia, and make it a new state. And it's been a state ever since. So we have powers we can use, and to me, those powers ought to be to the good of the empowerment of the people of the District of Columbia as full citizens of the United States, not as half citizens, not as partially empowered citizens, but full American citizens like anybody else. And that's our goal, and I hope we achieve it. And I want to salute my friend, Eleanor Holmes Norton, for her implacable commitment to that objective on behalf of the people she serves. And I also want to salute the chairwoman of this committee, who is overseeing hearings and legislation to move us toward that end. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. I now yield to Eleanor Holmes Norton from the District of Columbia.
I thank the chair for yielding to me. Please note that the gentleman's amendment says that Congress shall, and I'm quoting, exercise exclusive legislation in all cases whatsoever. Well, Congress has exercised that exclusive jurisdiction almost 50 years ago when it gave the district home rule. That is to say, the ability to govern itself. I am asking the gentleman to respect the language he himself notes in his amendment, and to respect the district's right to govern itself under that language. I yield back.
Lady yields back. Who else seeks recognition? Mr. Heiss.
Thank you. I would somewhat agree with Chairman Conley that the founders may not have seen a big, thriving metropolis in the capital, but the only reason this is a big, thriving metropolis is because we have an over-big federal government that now is comprised of a massive number of people living here just to keep this massive, oversized government, which our founders also never envisioned. They envisioned a limited government, and they envisioned a district that was the people's district, not a city in and of itself. It was to be governed by the representatives of every state and every district across the country, and they did not want the seat of our government to become a place where this particular area could influence our federal government. Thus, the representatives from the country had the ultimate authority so that the country has a say over the direction of this state, over this city, the district. But look, the reason it is so big is because our government is too big. And I think we've got to learn from that lesson as well, that it's time that we start cutting back the size and the scope and the influence of the federal government on this country, as our founders likewise intended. With that, I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. Who else seeks recognition? The question now occurs on the amendment. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. No.
No.
No.
In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it, and the amendment is not adopted.
I request a recorded vote.
A recorded vote has been requested. A recorded vote is so ordered and pursuant to Clause 2 of Rule 11 and Committee Rule 5B. Proceedings on the amendment are postponed. Who seeks recognition?
I have a second amendment at the desk.
Okay, Mr. Clyde, the clerk will report your amendment.
Amendment offered by Mr. Clyde of Georgia to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 8861.
Without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with. The gentleman is recognized to explain his amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My amendment in Section 1 is titled, "The Sense of Congress on the Mismanagement of the District of Columbia." My second amendment strikes the entire bill and instead highlights the mismanagement of the District of Columbia. You know, and I like the fact that this is my second amendment because the District of Columbia has severely mismanaged the Second Amendment of the Constitution. And it, as I said in my earlier remarks, it took the Heller decision, going all the way to the Supreme Court, to force the District of Columbia to allow its people to actually participate in the Bill of Rights concerning the Second Amendment. And there have been multiple decisions since that have reinforced the fact that the city of Washington, D.C. has been required by court decision to respect the Second Amendment of the Constitution. The D.C. government should not be given any additional power. The D.C. government imposed lockdowns and shuttered small businesses deemed somehow non-essential and imposed burdensome mask and vaccine mandates. D.C. has seen a startling rise in crime, particularly violent crime, including murders. D.C. has severely restricted Americans' constitutional rights, as I mentioned, including the Second Amendment, constitutional right to carry. Before the D.C. government is given any more power, we must recognize and actually acknowledge the problems occurring in the District of Columbia, and Congress must exercise its authority over that city. That is why I am introducing this amendment that highlights the D.C. government's mismanagement and that the city undermines constitutional authority. Thank you, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. Who seeks recognition? Mr. Conley, you are now recognized.
I thank the chairwoman. This is another of many attempts to circumscribe the rights of the District of Columbia for self-governance over the latest shiny object chosen by my friends on the other side of the aisle. So this one's mismanagement and lack of consideration of the Second Amendment before the Heller decision was issued, I might add. I would remind my colleagues, the Supreme Court recently struck down a 100-year-old gun law in the state of New York. Now, if we follow the logic of my friend from Georgia, we would look for a way to impose penalties on New York because of their mismanagement, from his point of view, of the Second Amendment, even after 100 years of precedent. You know, this is the problem when you go to circumscribe self-governance. Your culture is different than this culture. Your tolerance for your view of the Second Amendment is different than other people's. And we live in one big pluralistic country. And you can't have it both ways. You can't argue that the District of Columbia should not have any ability to regulate dangerous weapons in order to try to mitigate crime, especially violent crime, and then condemn it for mismanaging violent crime when you've taken away their ability to, in fact, regulate it by regulate guns and other dangerous weapons to try to manage crime. So I think it's a dangerous road to go down in trying to put barriers in front of any group of citizens, especially those in the nation's capital, to try to manage their own affairs, to try to live within the value system reflective of the majority of their population. I think, Madam Chairwoman, we need to reject this amendment, as we have others that attempt to do similar things under the banner and rationale of fill in the blanks: mismanagement, corruption, waste, fraud, abuse, whatever it may be. The District of Columbia is as entitled to self-government as any other urban area or state in the country, and it ought to be respected by this body.
Will the gentleman yield for a question?
I will.
Thank you. My question is, are we not all Americans? Do we not all have the same constitutional rights? Do we not all have the same Second Amendment constitutional rights?
And
yes or no?
And the answer to your question is no, manifestly not, because the District of Columbia doesn't have voting rights in the U.S. Congress. So if we're going to...
My question was about the Second Amendment rights.
I don't yield further. You asked a question, I'm answering it. And again, if you want to be consistent, then give them the right to vote here in the United States Congress, and then you can bring up that question. Right now, the Second Amendment is subject to lots of interpretations. You might have one, I might have a different one. I would point out that the late Antonin Scalia's opinion in Heller leaves lots of room for the regulation of guns. He doesn't rule it out. In fact, explicitly he said otherwise. Now, you may interpret that narrowly. I may interpret it broadly. The District of Columbia may interpret it even differently. But they deserve, as any American under the Constitution, the right to representation, voting representation, here in the United States Congress. So the manifest answer to your question is, unfortunately, no, we're not. No, we're not all the same, and we should be. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. Mr. Comer, you're now recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I support Mr. Clyde's amendment. The mayor of D.C. and the council have failed to uphold one of their most basic responsibilities, and that is keeping the residents and visitors safe. Instead, they have left these innocent people to suffer the consequences of their anti-policing and anti-safety policies. It's no secret that violent crime has risen in the district, and the mayor's overreach in exercising emergency powers during the pandemic hurt D.C.'s economy, causing many small businesses to shutter their doors. Further, the mayor kept schools closed for months and months, almost as long as any city in the United States, maybe the longest of any city in the United States. Instead of focusing on D.C. statehood, House Democrats should have focused on reining in this vast overreach of executive power in the district. So I support striking this bill in its entirety and amending it with a sense of Congress disapproving of the management of the District of Columbia. And I yield back.
The gentleman yields back, and I recognize myself. This amendment makes the claim that the constitutional rights of Americans residing in the District of Columbia are, quote, undermined, end quote. I could not agree more. But this has nothing to do with alleged mismanagement. Rather, it's due to Republicans in Congress who continue to block 712,000 Americans from having full equality in our democracy through D.C. statehood. Every American deserves a voice in their own government. Let's also take a look at the claim that D.C. is, quote, mismanaged, end quote. The District of Columbia has a AAA bond rating. D.C. pays more federal taxes than 23 states and more federal taxes per capita than any state. D.C. also has a larger budget than 12 states and a larger gross domestic product than 17 states. The gentleman brought up the issue of violent crime, but D.C. does not have a monopoly on gun violence. In fact, the 7 states with the highest murder rates in 2020 all voted for Donald Trump. The gentleman also brought up the issue of D.C.'s gun laws, which comply with the Supreme Court's gun jurisprudence. This is a misguided and misinformed amendment, and I urge my colleagues to oppose it, and I yield back.
Will the gentlelady yield for a question?
I'm going first to Ms. Norton, and we'll take questions later. Let's get through our speakers. Yeah, Ms. Norton.
I thank the chair for her remarks, but I do have to respond to this notion of the Second Amendment and the assertion that it has to do with the rise in crime in the District of Columbia. During this pandemic, we have seen the rise in crime nationwide. This is not peculiar to the District of Columbia, and I don't see any reason why the district should be picked out for this matter, unless you're going to do it for virtually every city and every state in the union, and I yield back.
The lady yields back. Who seeks recognition? The question now occurs on the amendment. All those in favor say aye.
Aye. Aye.
All those opposed say no.
No.
No. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it, and the amendment is not adopted.
I request a recorded vote.
A recorded vote has been requested. A recorded vote is so ordered. And pursuant to Clause 2 of Rule 11 and Committee Rule 5B, proceedings on the amendment are postponed. Okay, the committee will come to order, and it is now in order to take postponed votes. Members are reminded to be ready to unmute themselves when they are called on to vote. Members are further reminded that pursuant to House rules, their video must be on in order for them to vote. The question now occurs on unfavorably reporting H.R. 1243 as amended, on which a recorded vote was previously requested. If you share my opposition to this resolution, you should vote aye. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Norton?
Norton votes aye.
Ms. Norton votes aye. Mr. Lynch? Mr. Cooper? Mr. Connolly?
Aye.
Mr. Connolly votes aye. Mr. Krishnamurthy?
Aye.
Mr. Krishnamurthy votes aye. Mr. Raskin?
Aye.
Mr. Raskin votes aye. Mr. Khanna? Mr. Mfume?
Mr. Mfume votes aye.
Mr. Mfume votes aye. Ms. Ocasio-Cortez?
Ocasio-Cortez votes aye.
Ms. Ocasio-Cortez votes aye. Ms. Tlaib? Ms. Porter? Ms. Bush?
Bush votes aye.
Ms. Bush votes aye. Ms. Brown?
Brown votes aye.
Ms. Brown votes aye. Mr. Davis?
Davis votes aye.
Mr. Davis votes aye. Ms. Wasserman Schultz? Mr. Welch?
What are we, aye? Mr. Welch votes aye.
Mr. Welch votes aye.
Madam Chair, how am I recorded? This is Wasserman Schultz.
Ms. Wasserman Schultz is not recorded.
Wasserman Schultz votes aye.
Ms. Wasserman Schultz votes aye. Mr. Johnson?
Johnson votes aye.
Mr. Johnson votes aye. Mr. Sarbanes? Ms. Spear? Ms. Kelly? Ms. Lawrence? Mr. Desagne?
Desaulnier, aye.
Mr. Desagne votes aye. Mr. Gomez?
Gomez, aye.
Mr. Gomez votes aye. Ms. Presley? Mr. Comer? Mr. Comer votes no. Mr. Jordan?
Is it unmuted?
Ms. Fox?
Ms. Fox votes no.
Ms. Fox votes no. Mr. Heiss? Mr. Heiss votes no. Mr. Grothman? Mr. Grothman votes no. Mr. Cloud? Mr. Cloud votes no. Mr. Gibbs? Mr. Gibbs votes no. Mr. Higgins? Mr. Higgins votes no. Mr. Norman? Mr. Norman votes no. Mr. Sessions? Oh, there he is. Mr. Sessions votes no. Mr. Keller? Mr. Keller votes no. Mr. Biggs?
No. No.
Mr. Biggs votes no. Mr. Clyde?
No.
Mr. Clyde votes no. Ms. Mace? Ms. Mace votes no. Mr. Franklin?
No. No.
Mr. Franklin votes no. Mr. LaTurner?
LaTurner votes no.
Mr. LaTurner votes no. Mr. Fallon?
Fallon votes no.
Did you see him?
Fallon votes no.
Mr. Fallon votes no.
Thank you.
Ms. Harrell? Mr. Donalds? Mr. Donalds votes no. Mr. Flood?
No.
Mr. Flood votes no.
Just go back and call the people that were absent. Start with Cooper.
Mr. Lynch? Mr. Cooper?
Mr. Cooper votes aye.
Mr. Cooper votes aye. Mr. Khanna?
Aye.
Mr. Khanna votes aye. Ms. Tlaib?
Tlaib votes yes.
Ms. Tlaib votes aye. Ms. Porter? Mr. Sarbanes? Mr. Sarbanes?
Sarbanes votes yes.
Mr. Sarbanes votes aye. Ms. Spear? Ms. Kelly?
Kelly votes aye.
Ms. Kelly votes aye. Ms. Lawrence?
Lawrence votes aye.
Ms. Lawrence votes aye. Ms. Presley?
Presley votes aye.
Ms. Presley votes aye.
Hello?
Chair, Mr. Jordan, you are not recorded.
No.
Mr. Jordan votes no. Chair Maloney?
Maloney votes aye. How is Mr. Lynch recorded?
Mr. Lynch is not recorded.
Yes.
Mr. Lynch votes aye.
Thank you.
Is there any member who has not voted? Is there any member wishing to change his or her vote? The clerk will report the tally when ready.
On this vote, we have 23 ayes and 19 nays.
HR Res 1243 shall be unfavorably reported to the House. Without objection, a motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Staff is authorized to make technical and conforming changes to the matters considered by the committee in this markup. Members will have the customary 2 days in which to submit additional views. The question now occurs on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Georgia, on which a recorded vote was previously requested. This is HR 8861. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Norton?
Norton votes no.
Ms. Norton votes no. Mr. Lynch?
Mr. Lynch votes no.
Mr. Lynch votes no. Mr. Cooper?
Cooper votes no.
Mr. Cooper votes no. Mr. Connolly?
Nay.
Mr. Connolly votes no. Mr. Krishnamurthy?
No.
Mr. Krishnamurthy votes no. Mr. Raskin?
No.
Mr. Raskin votes no. Mr. Khanna?
No.
Mr. Khanna votes no. Mr. Mfume?
Mr. Mfume votes no.
Mr. Mfume votes no. Ms. Ocasio-Cortez?
Ocasio-Cortez votes no.
Ms. Ocasio-Cortez votes no. Ms. Tlaib?
Tlaib, no.
Ms. Tlaib votes no. Ms. Porter? Ms. Bush?
Bush votes no.
Ms. Bush votes no. Ms. Brown?
Brown votes no.
Ms. Brown votes no. Mr. Davis?
Davis votes no.
Mr. Davis votes no. Ms. Wasserman Schultz?
Wasserman Schultz votes no.
Ms. Wasserman Schultz votes no. Mr. Welch?
Mr. Welch votes no.
Mr. Welch votes no. Mr. Johnson?
Johnson votes no.
Mr. Johnson votes no. Mr. Sarbanes? Mr. Sarbanes? Ms. Spear? Ms. Kelly?
Sorry.
Ms. Kelly? Ms. Lawrence?
Lawrence votes no.
Ms. Lawrence votes no. Mr. DeSagne?
No.
Mr. DeSagne votes no. Mr. Gomez?
Gomez, no.
Mr. Gomez votes no. Ms. Presley?
Presley votes no.
Ms. Presley votes no. Mr. Comer? Mr. Comer votes yes. Mr. Jordan? Mr. Jordan votes yes. Ms. Fox?
Ms. Fox votes yes.
Ms. Fox votes yes. Mr. Heiss? Mr. Heiss votes yes. Mr. Grothman? Mr. Grothman votes yes. Mr. Cloud? Mr. Cloud votes yes. Mr. Gibbs? Mr. Gibbs votes yes. Mr. Higgins? Mr. Higgins votes yes. Mr. Norman? Mr. Norman votes yes. Mr. Sessions? Mr. Sessions votes yes. Mr. Keller?
Yes.
Mr. Keller votes yes. Mr. Biggs?
Aye.
Mr. Biggs votes yes. Mr. Clyde?
Yes.
Mr. Clyde votes yes. Ms. Mace? Ms. Mace votes yes. Mr. Franklin?
Aye.
Mr. Franklin votes yes. Mr. Laturner?
Aye.
Mr. Laturner votes yes. Mr. Fallon? Mr. Fallon?
Yes, aye.
Mr. Fallon votes yes. Ms. Harrell? Mr. Donalds? Mr. Donalds votes yes. Mr. Flood? Mr. Flood votes yes. Ms. Maloney?
Maloney votes no.
Ms. Maloney votes no.
Madam Chair, how am I recorded?
Ms. Spear is not recorded.
No.
Ms. Spear votes,
Recorded.
Ms. Spear votes no. Ms. Kelly, you are not recorded.
Kelly votes no.
Ms. Kelly votes no. I think you lost reception.
Is there any member who has not voted? Is there any member wishing to change his or her vote? The clerk will report the tally when ready.
On this vote, we have 19 yeas and 23 nays.
The amendment is not adopted. The question now occurs on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Georgia on which a recorded vote was previously requested, H.R. 8861. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Norton?
Norton votes no.
Ms. Norton votes no. Mr. Lynch?
Somebody votes no.
Mr. Lynch votes no. Mr. Cooper?
No.
Mr. Cooper votes no. Mr. Connolly?
Nay.
Mr. Connolly votes no. Mr. Krishnamurthy? Mr. Raskin?
No.
Mr. Raskin votes no. Mr. Khanna? Mr. Mfume?
No, no.
Mr. Mfume?
Mr. Mfume votes no.
Mr. Mfume votes no.
This was Mr. Khanna. Did you get my no? Or?
Mr. Khanna votes no. Ms. Ocasio-Cortez?
No.
Ms. Ocasio-Cortez votes no. Ms. Tlaib?
Tlaib votes no.
Ms. Tlaib votes no. Ms. Porter? Ms. Bush?
Bush votes no.
Ms. Bush votes no. Ms. Brown?
Brown votes no.
Ms. Brown votes no. Mr. Davis?
Davis votes no.
Mr. Davis votes no. Ms. Wasserman Schultz?
How is Krishnamurthy recorded?
Mr. Krishnamurthy is not recorded.
I vote no.
Mr. Krishnamurthy votes no. Ms.
Madam Chair, how am I
Schultz?
recorded? This is Wasserman Schultz.
Ms. Wasserman Schultz is not recorded.
Wasserman Schultz votes no.
Ms. Wasserman Schultz votes no. Mr. Welch?
Mr. Welch votes no.
Mr. Welch votes no. Mr. Johnson?
Johnson votes no.
Mr. Johnson votes no. Mr. Sarbanes? Ms. Spear?
No.
Ms. Spear votes no. Ms. Kelly?
Kelly votes no.
Ms. Kelly votes no. Ms. Lawrence?
Lawrence votes no.
Ms. Lawrence votes no. Mr. Desagne?
Desagne votes no.
Mr. Desagne votes no. Mr. Gomez?
Gomez, no.
Mr. Gomez votes no. Ms. Presley?
Presley votes no.
Ms. Presley votes no. Mr. Comer? Mr. Comer votes yes. Mr. Jordan? Mr. Jordan votes yes. Ms. Fox?
Ms. Fox votes yes.
Ms. Fox votes yes. Mr. Heiss? Mr. Heiss votes yes. Mr. Grothman? Mr. Grothman votes yes. Mr. Cloud? Mr. Cloud votes yes. Mr. Gibbs? Mr. Gibbs votes yes. Mr. Higgins? Mr. Higgins votes yes. Mr. Norman? Mr. Norman votes yes. Mr. Sessions? Mr. Sessions votes yes. Mr. Keller? Mr. Keller votes yes. Mr. Biggs?
Aye.
Mr. Biggs votes yes. Mr. Clyde?
Yes.
Mr. Clyde votes yes. Ms. Mace? Ms. Mace votes yes. Mr. Franklin?
Aye.
Mr. Franklin votes yes. Mr. LaTurner?
Aye.
Mr. LaTurner votes yes. Mr. Fallon?
Yes.
Mr. Fallon votes yes. Ms. Harrell?
That seats a lot. It seats a lot.
Mr. Donalds? Mr. Donalds votes yes. Mr. Flood? Mr. Flood votes yes. Chair Maloney?
Maloney votes no. Maloney votes no.
Ms. Maloney votes no.
Is there any member who has not voted? Is there any member wishing to change his or her vote? The clerk will report the tally when ready.
On this vote, we have 19 yeas and 23 nays.
The amendment is not agreed to. The question now occurs on the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 8861. All those in favor say aye. Aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no.
No.
In the opinion of the chairs, the ayes have it, and the amendment in the nature of a substitute is agreed to. The question now occurs on favorably reporting H.R. 8861 as amended. All those in favor say aye. Aye.
Aye.
All those opposed
Aye.
say no.
No.
In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the bill is agreed to. The clerk, now, H.R. 8861 shall be favorably reported to the House. Without objection, a motion to reconsider is laid on the table.
Excuse me, ma'am. I
Staff
asked
is
for a
authorized to
vote.
make, yes,
I asked for a recorded vote on this.
a recorded vote on,
HR 8861.
okay, the clerk will call the roll.
Yes.
Ms. Norton?
Norton votes yes.
Ms. Norton votes yes. Mr. Lynch?
Mr. Lynch votes aye.
Mr. Lynch votes yes. Mr. Cooper?
Cooper votes yes.
Mr. Cooper votes yes. Mr. Connolly?
Aye.
Mr. Connolly votes yes. Mr. Krishnamurthy?
Aye.
Mr. Krishnamurthy votes yes. Mr. Raskin?
Yes.
Mr. Raskin votes yes. Mr. Khanna?
Yes.
Mr. Khanna votes yes. Mr. Mfume?
Kwaisi Mfume votes aye.
Mr. Mfume votes yes. Ms. Ocasio-Cortez? My apologies. Yes. Ms. Ocasio-Cortez votes yes. Ms. Tlaib.
Tlaib, yes.
Ms. Tlaib votes yes. Ms. Porter. Ms. Bush.
Bush votes yes.
Ms. Bush votes yes. Mr. Brown. Ms. Brown.
Brown votes yes.
Ms. Brown votes yes. Mr. Davis.
Davis votes yes.
Mr. Davis votes yes. Ms. Wasserman Schultz. Mr. Welch.
Votes yes.
Mr. Welch votes yes. Mr. Johnson.
Johnson votes yes.
Mr. Johnson votes yes. Mr. Sarbanes.
Sarbanes votes yes.
Mr. Sarbanes votes yes. Ms. Spear.
Yes.
Ms. Spear votes yes. Ms. Kelly.
Kelly votes yes.
Ms. Kelly votes yes. Ms. Lawrence.
Lawrence votes yes.
Ms. Lawrence votes yes. Mr. DeSaulnier.
Sonia votes yes.
Mr. DeSaulnier votes yes. Mr. Gomez.
Gomez, aye.
Mr. Gomez votes yes. Ms. Presley.
Presley votes aye.
Ms. Presley votes yes. Mr. Comer. Mr. Comer votes no. Mr. Jordan. Mr. Jordan votes no. Ms. Fox.
Fox votes no.
Ms. Fox votes no. Mr. Heiss. Mr. Heiss votes no. Mr. Grothman. Mr. Grothman votes no. Mr. Cloud. Mr. Cloud votes no. Mr. Gibbs. Mr. Gibbs votes no. Mr. Higgins. Mr. Higgins votes no. Mr. Norman. Mr. Norman votes no. Mr. Sessions. Mr. Sessions votes no. Mr. Keller. Mr. Keller votes no. Mr. Biggs.
No.
Mr. Biggs votes no. Mr. Clyde.
No.
Mr. Clyde votes no. Ms. Mace. Ms. Mace votes no. Mr. Franklin.
No.
Mr. Franklin votes no. Mr. LaTurner.
No.
Mr. LaTurner votes no. Mr. Fallon.
Fallon votes no.
Mr. Fallon votes no. Ms. Harrell. Mr. Donalds. No. Mr. Donalds votes no. Mr. Flood. Mr. Flood votes no. Chair Maloney.
Yes. Maloney votes yes.
Ms. Maloney votes
Madam Chair,
yes.
this is Wasserman Schultz. How am I recorded?
Ms. Wasserman Schultz is not recorded.
Wasserman Schultz votes aye.
Ms. Wasserman Schultz votes yes.
Is there any member who has not voted? Is there any member wishing to change his or her vote? The clerk will report the tally when ready.
On this vote, we have 24 yeas and 19 nays.
H.R. 8861 shall be favorably reported to the House without objection. A motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Staff is authorized to make technical and conforming changes to the matters considered by the committee in this markup. Before we adjourn, we have one final piece of business which I will dispose of very quickly. Pursuant to notice, I call up the following postal naming bills which were distributed in advance. H.R. 6631, offered by Mrs. Kim. H.R. 7082, offered by Mr. Byer. H.R. 7832, offered by Mrs. Napolitano. 7873, offered by Ms. Norton. 7988, offered by Mr. Ruiz. H.R. 8026, offered by Ms. Omar. H.R. 8217 and H.R. 8218, offered by Tiffany, Mr. Tiffany. H.R. 8226, offered by Ms. Craig. H.R. 8248, offered by Mr. Pappas. H.R. 8370, offered by Mr. Thompson. H.R. 8630, offered by Ms. Stansberry. H.R. 6661, offered by Mr. Aguilar. Without objection, the bills are considered read, and I request unanimous consent for their immediate consideration in block. Without objection, the bills are passed.
Sorry, Mr. Norman.
Okay, Mr.
Here you go, Chairman.
Pardon me? Given objection, these bills do not pass. Pursuant to notice, I now call up the following postal naming bills which were distributed in advance. H.R. 6630, offered by Ms. Kim. H.R. 8025, offered by Ms. Amar. Without objection, the bills are considered read, and I request unanimous consent for their immediate consideration in block. Given objection, these bills do not pass. There being no further business, I want to thank all of you for your participation today. And with that, the committee stands adjourned.